One of these days, it's not going to do that. Hello, darlings.
Come on, I can take it. Sympathy magic, sympathy magic. Come on.
Sunday is boring without you. I know I had to take last night off to get stuff done for China. We're so back. We are so back going to China. I feel like I can officially announce that we are going to China. It's very exciting. Still have a lot of work to do to get ready for it. Top She, baby. Here we go. First time in China. First time. Okay, wait. Let me just turn this. Let's get a little Baccarino. Okay. Hey, y'all. When are we going? We are going, Will and I are flying out Saturday night. So, like, very soon. Superman and Supergirl support Palestine. Oh, I know. Oh, yes. Oh, I clocked it. Oh, indeed. We can talk about that in a second. Yeah, so I was gone this weekend. I went to a music festival. It was awesome. Super fun time. I've been really doing a lot lately. So this week I need to chill. This week we'll do consistent streams every night, and then I'm going to China for the first time in my life, which I'm so excited about. I have wanted to go forever. Reconnect with the homeland, you know? You feel? Gotta go see where my people are from. Mother Kwan is booked and busy indeed. Quizar, thank you for the 4 months. CC, thank you for the 30 months. Has your dad been? Yeah, so my dad didn't go to China for the first time until he was turning 50. Because when my oh hello, didn't he heard China? We're not going to China, everybody. We're not going to China. I'm staying here. I'm never leaving again. I'm never leaving the house ever again. Jenny, thank you for the 28 months. Sunkiss Angel, thank you for the 9 months. Jax, thank you for the 33 months. Alyssa, thank you for the 11 months. Got my Prime back. Let's go. Went to China for the first time earlier this year. Got a visit where my great grandpa was buried. That's so cool. I sent our itinerary to my aunt, who is a really good record keeper of all like the Kwan family history. And I just said, tell me, here's the cities we're going. Tell me all the family stuff here so I can go and try and see it. But anyway, so the reason my dad didn't go to China for the first time until he was 50 is because when my grandparents came over here for school, and then they got married, and then moved to California to raise a family, and it was just kind of a mixture of it being the 50s. It was post World War II. Still lots of xenophobia everywhere. Everyone who was Asian was just the same. So, considering Japan had been one of the United States' enemies, and we had interned Japanese people in this country, it was tough for my grandparents to even buy a house. They're Chinese, obviously, but couldn't even buy a house, struggled. So they just it was kind of the immigrant mindset of we're just going to completely Americanize our children. But then it was great for them because my dad and his siblings didn't speak Chinese, so they would just talk shit. Their parents would just be able to talk shit and like have private phone calls that they didn't want the kids listening in on because they would just speak Chinese. It was all about assimilation. Yeah, so my dad was raised actually in a Jewish neighborhood. So he went to like, I don't know. He went to temple a lot, went to a lot of bar mitzvahs, but yeah, it was about assimilating, really trying to become a part of the American melting pot. What part of China is your family from? My family is from Shanghai, Hong Kong, want to say Beijing, I think. My dad is Jewish. Yeah, Jewish. So you need to play Road to Empress before you go to China. I don't know if I'll have time, but I know that is a game that you guys have recommended. Oh, y'all, I just have to say, it's too dark out. I started half an hour early because it's too dark. I feel ready for bed. So when it was Saturday night, we were all cheering because we're like, it's 2:00 again. Woohoo! It's always going to be 2:00. And then now it's the unfortunate reality, which is that it gets dark so early. It's dark so early, so it feels so late already. It's only 5:48. I might have to reevaluate. The stream schedule because I don't know if I can do streams every night. Also doing commentary at night, and you're like, oh my God. You know, I know I say this all the time. Honestly, I might need to really start switching up my stream schedule a bit to throw in some morning streams because otherwise it's just really hard. It's easier on the weekends. There's just this energy on the weekends. That streaming at night, it's a vibe, right? Friday night. But during the week, hi, yes, my love. Hi. He was so mad that I left him for 24 hours. Yes. Hello. You want to come say hi to everyone? Come on. Yeah, also earlier film class. I know. Come on, baby. Ah! Oh. Are you feeling the depression from the daylight savings? Are you feeling depression? Alex, thank you for the 4 months. Easy, thank you for the 22 months. Are you feeling it? Are you like, I just want to do cozy snugs? I just want to do cozy snugs on the couch. I need a Farley. Everybody needs a Farley. Does he know he's famous? I'll ask him. Do you know that you're famous? How do you feel about being famous? You know that mommy has always wanted to make you into a little stage child. Mother just wants to be a stage mom so bad. Hi. Oh, Titi. He was so cute in Sam's lap. It's because he was depressed. It's because he was being drama. He was being drama because I dropped his ass off. And then I went to go to a festival. Hi. Okay, you want to do cozies? Here. Okay. You're getting down already. You're getting down. Is he jealous of Kaya's level of fame? Yeah, because he's like, why do all these people love Kaya? Don't they know how she is? He got turned into a burrito while you were away.
You know you exist?
Hold on.
You know you exist right now?
Let me see little burrito.
Snuggle, here. Here, I'm gonna put this blanket over you.
Oh,
And we're gonna snuggle you up.
little
in this
burrito
blanket, and
baby.
you're so safe in your little blanket. And you're all wrapped up. Duck, just wrapped up in like a little burrito, like a little Farley burrito.
Oh, a Farley Rito.
Mhm. Little Farlito burrito.
Ah, so
And make
cute.
it nice and tight, and then you feel less nervous. Over
Oh,
your ears.
sometimes we just need to become burritos,
Over
you
your
know?
ears. There you go.
Sometimes,
Oh,
sometimes
look
that's
at
what you need.
Your little man and little burrito.
He stayed on her lap the rest of the stream.
He's really in there.
Oh man, he must have been. I like her closed captions. Israeli in
You
there.
hate sports, huh?
His captions are so jank. Apparently his breath smells bad. Yeah, he's got stinky breath, okay? I try to brush his teeth. He's not into it. What can you do? I mean, I don't think there's like any dogs who have great breath. It's kind of the stinky dog breath vibe. Yeah. Not a thing that exists. Dogs having good breath. I do take him, he gets his teeth cleaned every time he gets groomed, and then he has to get a deep clean once a year because of his underbite. Where they have to put him under. My Doxies have loved the dental chews. We give him the dental chews too. You do what you can. But dogs they got stinky breath.
Sandwich wiggle sandwiches.
I have made a sandwich, and it's got the best ingredient that you could possibly imagine. Delicious.
God damn it. That's her new thing now. That's her new thing. She just throws up the middle finger. She gets you every time. Every time. Anyway, so my dog was dressed as Farley for Halloween. Oh, wait, that's Farley. Wait, that's crazy. That's the boy. That's my boy. Did you steal my dog? How did you get far? How did you get my dog? How was y'all's weekend? How's everyone's life? how's it going? What else can I say from this weekend? Saw some great music. Porter Robinson was y'all, I literally sobbed because I was so happy. Saturday night we watched, so this festival, it's called Escape. It's super cool. Every year they do it on Halloween. Like honestly, I felt like I was so back. I was so back in the Halloween spirit, which I low-key have fallen off. This festival brought me back. Is that dog in the back real? Watch and find out for yourself. This festival brought me back to just the spirit of Halloween. It was super cool. If you ever have the chance to go, it's called Escape. And then they do an Alice in Wonderland themed one in March, which I definitely want to try to go to. I'm Lunchy. Thank you for the 7 months. Watch good movies and endless amounts of 2025 Twitch clips all weekend. Someone shot someone at my apartment on Sunday. So that was something fun to wake up to. Jesus Christ. Who will be watching Farley when you're in China? Hannah, who is Hassan and also kind of Will's assistant. She basically is there. She's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe Hassan waited this long to get an assistant, but then she's there to help with stuff like watching Farley, and she and her husband are amazing, amazing people. I met them at Murat's wedding. And we hung out, and they're just good. They're just good people. So Hannah watched him when we went to TwitchCon. Hannah Einbinder, yes, Hannah Einbinder. But yeah, Hannah's there, helps out with like Fear and stuff. Hassan and Will, like, she's just great. She's just great. So she is going to have Farley for the weekend. I think she'll probably also be watching Kaya. They have their own dogs, so it's definitely, at least I feel comfortable though because Farley has already been with this whole crew. So it's not ideal for him, but he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He gets really great walks too. So Hannah was like, I've never seen a dog so excited to walk than Farley. He just bursts out the door. I was like, I know. It makes me feel guilty. I don't walk him 24 hours a day because it's his favorite thing. Yeah, he's a little diva, but he's fine. I got to witness tons of people puking at Halloween. I like the holiday, but a lot of normies go way overboard. Yeah, there's something about Halloween as a holiday that people drink like it's the last time they're going to be able to drink. I don't know. I think it's something with costumes. I think there's just, I remember so I used to work every Halloween. It was always a big night in the clubs. And it was it was like one of the most degenerate nights of the year. Just so, yeah, maybe it's like you're not yourself. You're not yourself. And so you just lose all inhibitions. And yeah, people would just get so fucked up. My God. That's most holidays. Yeah, but it was like Halloween. Okay, so here were the big ones. Blackout Wednesday, which is the night before Thanksgiving. Huge drinking night. Halloween. New Year's sometimes. Not as crazy as you think. Like people definitely would get fucked up, but I think Halloween was way more degenerate. St. Patrick's Day. My God. Yeah. St. Patty's Day. 4th of July. People just, they're like, yes, today is the day that I'm going to get alcohol poisoning. Normie white people on Cinco de Mayo. White people love Cinco de Mayo. It's more work, and did you even make more money? No. I made the same amount every night. When I was a host, when I did bottle service, once I switched over to being a waitress, then yeah, those would be pretty good nights. But most of the years when I worked in clubs, I was a host. I made the same amount every night. The craziest thing was when one year, oh God, what team was it that won? I think, was it baseball? Some team won a World Series or a Super Bowl or something like that, and there were a bunch of players. I have no idea. I don't know. Some sports ball team. There were a bunch of players who came into one of the big clubs that I worked at, and there was a super rich dude there, and I guess he was like a big fan of this team. He was a big fan. Maybe it was like the Red Sox. I don't know. Did the Red Sox win a World Series in the last 6 or 7 years? In 2018? Okay, I think it was the Red Sox. And there was this really rich guy there, and he was so excited. And so he just was buying like crazy, crazy bottles. Ended up spending, I think, like $250,000. And then everyone who worked that night got tipped fat. The waitresses, like all the promoters, the dishwashers, like the busboys, everyone except for the hosts, which included me. And we were there until 5:30 in the morning because I always had to close out and I needed all the receipts because I had to send the report at the end of the night. I made my fee, which I made every night, which was $150, and did not get a single tip. And none of the waitresses were tipped like $10,000 each. Nobody would give the hosts a dime. And so when I became a bottle service waitress, I just remember how often I would get fucked over. So when I became a bottle service waitress, I would always try to tip the girls who worked the door just a little something every night, but especially if we had a big night, me and then I would get the other waitresses who also had worked as hosts, so we knew what it was like, because it was so shitty. It's like, okay, if everybody's making money, then everyone should make money. When it's an absurd night where somebody pops off, somebody tips a lot, the girls who work the front door, who are the hosts, should not be kept out. Now the bussers are included in the so the TSAs, the table service assistants, they're included in the waitress split. And then I think the bussers then got tipped out too, but also always make sure like they were taken care of, because it was just bullshit. Yeah, socialism in the club. Whoa, socialism in the club. Yeah, so that was something where it's like, you know what? That's the kind of thing. It really is the kind of thing where just because it was done to you doesn't mean you should turn around and then do it to other people. And the idea is that if you treat people that way, then they'll treat other people that way. So when I was in the position of being a bottle service waitress, where I was making more money than I was as a host, and I was making tips, obviously, then if you take care of the people who work the door, then it's supposed to be this idea of like passing it on, you know? When I worked as a busboy in a restaurant, the busboys, bar staff, and hosts all got tipped out by wait staff. Yeah, for some reason, the hosts in these clubs just did not get tipped. And so if nobody took it upon themselves, then they just got screwed. And it's like, you don't want, like, this job sucks. It's not fun. You have to deal with asshole, rich, drunk people. And if people if it's a good night in the club, then everybody should have a good night. The wealth should trickle down. Okay, it's not a oh, one person makes a lot of money and then that's that. People got to take care of people. Those are the things that radicalize you, low key. Honestly, low key, yeah. It's the type of, it's just the passing it on, you know, taking care of one another type of attitude, where it's not an everybody for themselves type of vibe, because we all work together. I knew what the work was, being at the front, selling tables, having to wrangle big groups of people. Like, it was really stressful. You do a lot of work and you deserve to be a part of the tip pool. Hi, Caroline Kwan. You don't know me at all, but people like you, Hassan, Little Bear Carter, and so on have really inspired me to try to make videos in my own country. I almost have 2,000 self-cultivated subscribers now that tune in and watch me talk about politics and fun stuff. And people have even contacted me for reading lists and so on. This feels great. So thanks for the broadcast. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. Good for you. I worked at the bottle shop of a brewery during the Raptors run. During doing sports shit is lucrative, but I would cry coming to work if it was so busy. Oh yeah. Yeah. Many nights of just emotional breakdowns. Did you see Deborah Messing's hitting generational levels of crashing out? I honestly, I'm not kidding you. I think she may put herself into a coma when Zohran wins and becomes the next mayor. When we have a Muslim mayor, a democratic socialist Muslim mayor of New York City, she may cause herself so much distress and be posting so many Instagram stories that she just like comifies herself. Are you a full-time streamer? I sure am. Have been for 3 years. Yeah, she's crazy. She's absolutely absurd. Matt, oh my God. Jesus Christ. Somebody needs to take her phone away from her. It is not good. It is not good for your physical and your mental, Debbie. to be posting this many Instagram stories because you're so racist. Girl, you gotta chill. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. My God. It's not good for your heart. Racism will kill you. Yeah, there's something so silly about posting Instagram stories like this. Got to keep it a buck. It's like it's just giving screaming into the void. Like, take it to the group chat, you know? Take it to the group chat, not if you have any left. I'm sure you have like Selma Blair and Amy Schumer. You've got your girls. You've got Michael Rappaport. He would easily go bar for bar on who's more Islamophobic. Like, get in a GC. Get in a GC. Racism is a disease. Who is this person? It's Deborah Messing, who's just been losing her mind for the last 2 years. Matt did a really good deep dive. Matt Bernstein did a podcast deep dive on Deborah Messing's Zionism. It just her breaking her brain because she's so racist and she can't stop posting Instagram stories. 44. There's only one person who I think maybe can compete with her as far as constantly crushing out on IG stories. It's a competition out here. What is she posting? Okay. I mean, we've gone over Deborah Messing's Instagram stories. It's the same shit. It's like, oh my God. She's starting. Okay, wait. A warning to the people of New York from the people of London. Ask yourself, how is it possible that Sadiq Khan, the most hated man... Okay, so she's crashing out over Zohran. A message to Sliwa voters. At the very moment Hamas is torturing, executing, and disappearing Gazans, Zohran Mamdani pretends to have no opinion on foreign affairs, while boasting he'd arrest Netanyahu if he visits New York. Oh, yeah, for the millionth time, you racist fool. He is running to be the mayor of New York City. New York City, New York, comma, New York, comma, United States of America. This ain't Tel Aviv. This ain't Israel, girl. Like, just go over there. Just go. Yeah, she's posting about Hassan Piker. This is the same man who partied with Hassan Piker. Are you ready? A jihadi sympathizing, champagne-soaked provocateur. Deborah is reposting Fox News. Just that's where she's at. Champagne-soaked provocateur who invites Houthis on his show, glorifies Hamas's violence, and incites mobs against dissenters. Girl, you got this is the timeline we're in. Deborah Messing, a.k.a. Grace from Will and Grace, is posting Instagram stories about Hassan Piker being a jihadi sympathizing, champagne-soaked provocateur. She needs to put the phone down. Also, I love this. I love describing them hanging out and like, I'm pretty sure they drank coffee and had food as Hassan interviewed him. I like that that's called partying. Partied with Hassan. I'm like, Hassan doesn't fucking party. Are you kidding me? We try to get that man to party. We're going to try so hard in China. Who is this Hassan Piker who's partying? Surely can't be the same Hassan that I know. Party Piker who's like, it's 9:00 and he's falling asleep at dinner. Wow, he drank 2 beers on stream. Whoa. That's why Marsh was he's like, please, I need you and Will. I need you guys coming to China. I was like, I'm working on it. He said, because I want to go out and have fun. It's like, I know, boo. I know. We're going. Absolutely so absurd. Absurd. Andy, thank you for the 4 months. Deanie, thank you for the gifted. Bossa Nova Babe, thank you for the 25 months. Mad for Rosas, thank you for the 4 months. Lunchy, thank you for the 7 months. Yeah, I don't really know what the stream schedule is going to be in China because the time difference is pretty gnarly. So, yeah, of course, he's probably going to do the same thing in China that he did in Japan, which was never sleep, do news streams for like 6 hours, and then do IRLs all day, and then be falling asleep at dinner. And this is the Hassan Piker who's partying with Zohran Mamdani. Must be a different Haas. Champagne soaked provocateur sounds awesome. Yeah, honestly, sounds pretty sick. Okay, so this is what Deb is posting on her Instagram stories. Classic. Hey, Shai Davide. Great. If you're posting this loser, you're a loser too. You guys are losers. You're in the loser club. Atlas has Cuomo behind Mamdani by only 6 points. I swear to God today, Elon Musk must have been boosting bullshit tweets. They're like, new poll that Cuomo is just 1 point behind. My prediction is that Cuomo is going to win the election. Here's how Cuomo can still win. I swear that shit was getting boosted because it was accounts where I'm like, why? And then I saw Matt Bernstein post the same thing that I'd been thinking. And I went, okay, yeah, for sure. For sure. We're all seeing these posts. Elon is pumping anti-Mamdani content into everyone's feeds because he's just another billionaire threatened by the future that Zohran represents. Keep phone banking, keep knocking, like this shit. I'm calling it now. Andrew Cuomo is going to win the New York City mayoral. I had the same feeling about Trump winning when the polls were all for Kamala. Oh, okay. Okay. Who are you and what is this? You know what? Let them live in Delulu land. Oh my God, y'all. I didn't even make it 1/8 of the way through Deborah's tweets. Also, where does you know what? Deborah Messing is going to be so devastated. She's just going to have to leave New York City. That's the funniest thing. I'm calling bullshit. Okay. All these people who are like, I'm leaving New York. No, you're not. Pixar didn't happen. Prove it. Leave New York City. No, they're not going to leave. Yeah. And go where? Like, it's New York City. It's one of the greatest cities in the world. People who they moved to New York City because New York City's amazing. And guess what's going to happen when Zohran becomes mayor? New York City is not going to burst into flames. Yeah, where are you going to move? You want to go to Florida? Want to go to Florida? Deb Messing? Here's some of the highlights. She does this. Okay, I'm telling you, she does this like every single day. She is the epitome of your racist aunt crashing out constantly. Constantly. That's the funny thing. It's like, just go to Israel. What do you want? You want this country to be Israel? Just move to Israel. I guess it's not good enough that the United States supports Israel in the ways that it does. You just want it to straight up be Tel Aviv. Go to Tel Aviv. Hey, Queen, a year with you. I was saying to Sam last night, I miss LMK. Me too. Ty Guy, thank you for the 12 months. Deborah Messing has posted 91 Instagram stories. This is the most jobless ass behavior ever. 91 Instagram stories in the past 24 hours. Not an exaggeration. I think Zohran has actually broken her brain, although it wasn't in great shape before this mayoral election. Anyway, fascinating, albeit kind of scary to watch, though. Holy shit. It's actually so... It's not surprising, but just really exposes that these people are just fully right-wingers. These liberal celebrities like Deborah Messing, who because of October 7th and then the last couple years, and then people like Zohran Mamdani, they're just fully right-wing, posting Fox News, posting just truly, it's truly scratch a liberal like Deborah Messing, and it's just the most fascist blood that bleeds. Thought this was satire? No. Things we don't see Jews doing. Like, this is just full on the most blatant Islamophobia. Things we don't see Jews doing. Flying planes into buildings trying to dominate the world. Suicide bombing. Aspiring to kill all infidels. Forcing young girls to marry old men. Bombing schools and hospitals. Female mutilation. Initiating battles and wars. Beheading people. Threatening to destroy America. Okay, girl. She is so racist. My God, I know. I know. It really is exposing. We were talking about this on the last stream, and we were talking about how like transphobia and Islamophobia are still like so normalized and acceptable in liberal circles that it's harder to tackle these two forms of bigotry than, say, like homophobia or like other forms of racism, because it is, as you see constantly in the media and the establishment in like liberal Hollywood, just the through lines of transphobia, of Islamophobia. You know, it's not something that Democrats, that liberals have separated themselves from. I wouldn't say these things to defend my mother, let alone Israel. My God. Holy shit. Holy shit. Y'all, I'm telling you right now. Tomorrow is going to be the final nail in the coffin for these racists. They are going to lose their minds on a level. And ableism, true. Did you see Brianna Wu begging to come back? Yes, Brianna Wu, who said, "Dear trans sisters," and everyone was like, "Oh, Brianna, I have something for you." Oh, you mean when you try and capitulate to fascists, to people who don't believe in your right to exist? You mean that when you try and find common ground, there's no common ground there? You mean there's no negotiating with these transphobes? It's so Brianna Wu is a person who I swear, every few months, I see her being like, basically, the grift didn't work. But then still trying to grift. Like the grift doesn't work. And then she tries and to do this thing of like, I was wrong, except I wasn't wrong, except I was wrong. It's I never thought the leopards would eat my face. I never thought the leopards would eat my face, except they're eating my face now. And, but she can't stop though. She can't. Even in her apology, she said she was pretty sure she was wrong. Girl, I know. Try a touch harder to be apologetic, please. Please, girl, nobody's buying this shit. She literally thinks she's the savior of the left. That is a person that I cannot believe we have to deal with. Like that she has a platform, that she has designated herself as the trans voice, as like the trans voice of reason. There's no going back for her. And I think she has to know that to some degree. She still says she thinks the radicals have crazy ideas and want more moderate ideas to win. Yeah. By the way, these days, if you say you're moderate, mask off, right wing. Okay. Oh, I'm in the middle. Scooby-Doo villain unmasked. Hi, I'm on the right. She thinks she's the trans centrist that will carry us all to acceptance. Yeah. Except she's like hanging out and cozying up with people who are just straight up transphobes, who are like, yeah, I think trans people should probably die. There's no such thing as trans people. They're all just mentally ill. Like that's who you're that's who you're on the side of. Brianna. Premier Crummy, thank you for the 2 months. Anyway, I cannot believe how much I cannot believe how much Zohran is all over the place. He was at a gay club. He was dancing with some grannies. I don't think that man has slept in weeks. He is everywhere. He is truly putting in the work. Okay. Here is let me pull my playlist. He's on that grind, all with a smile on his face. Been running a marathon every day. He must be he's probably going to collapse from exhaustion after all this. I don't know. I don't know how you wouldn't. Like, my God. Where's Sliwa at? He's
and leather
he's fighting
every night.
He's fighting off some mobsters in a cab as we speak.
No sleep. Bus, club, another club, plane, next place. No sleep, no fear. Nobody believed in me. That album was not made.
This is I'm telling you, Lady Gaga, one of the best interviewers, because we get stuff
And
like
leather
this.
every night.
Interviewees.
No sleep.
No sleep.
Bus, club, another club, plane, next place. No sleep, no fear. Nobody believed in me. That album was not made.
Sliwa is too busy yelling at teenage kids. Yeah. He's like figuring out how to throw every child he sees in prison.
28-year-old living in Chicago. Started my day off with a guru
The
and
final stretch of Zohran's
making my
campaign.
bed. It was Mental Awareness Day at my company, so I got brunch with my friend Lizzie and had a few drinks. Then I met up with Devlin and we kayaked to the Chicago River. It was actually pretty dope. Priscilla had never been to the Field Museum, so we had to check it out. Then we headed to El Paraiso for some drinks and vibes. The tacos were scrumptious. We also got a margarita tower, so yeah. After that, I had to take my 4Runner to the shop to get a new transmission. Then I came home and just chilled a little before going to see Bill Maher at the Chicago Theater. He absolutely crushed. After the show, I met up with Lindsay Jacobellis and her sister Malmo for tequila shots and yet another Marg Tower. It was so much fun. Then we went to Rind for their stuffed pineapple, which was absolutely to die for. And their snow crab was pretty good too. Here's at Brow Brow in Tomlin Square with Jake, Ben, and Jordan. My friends are the craziest. More drinks, then we went to Rosemary for small bites, and somehow we ended up going to Medieval Times. I don't know, the rest of the night was kind of a blur. Woke up Saturday and took lunch for a waltz. We found cicada skin and I tried to get him to eat it, but he didn't. Another guru, then a much needed pork chop from the Golden Nugget. Rosie invited me to go to the Museum of Ice Cream, which was actually pretty dope. She's so precious. Then we got hungry, so I made pesto aioli to put on some Italian hoagies. After a couple rounds of Zathura, we went to the world's largest Starbucks, then met up with Kenzie and Marvin at the Museum of Ice Cream, which was actually pretty dope. Got a Marg Tower, then I had a dessert date with Kara at the Museum of Ice Cream, and then we got hungry, so we grabbed a bite at Wendell's. Me and Jira had reservations at Heidsieck for their Alpana, and then got Londo at Tanta, which I highly recommend. It was pretty wiped, so then I just chilled for a few. Met up with my girlfriend Darla at Legoland, then caught a rooftop movie with her friend KP, and stopped at Target on the way to Bobo for drinks. Then stopped at Target before going to Cafe Menu on the East Loop for Georgina's 45th. I got the number 6, which includes pizza, salad, stir fry, and pasta, which I highly recommend. Tyler had an acoustic set at the Plunge Hole, so I stopped by that, and then went to Ben's performance at a dope garage in
Not the
Roscoe.
Plunge
Then it was
Hole.
time for dinner at D'Angelo's, where you have to get the cheeseburger egg rolls and hummus and tacos. I got us a pair of Marg Towers at Itola 1-1 in Lincoln Park, and then I had a beautiful drive home. I spent the night teaching guitar online and then watched Trumbo for like the billionth time. Woke up on Sunday and hit TJ's in Pilsen with Allison Peckler. My wife and husband thought it'd be a good day for a hike, so we did that. After that, I ranked every girl I know on a scale of 1 to 10 and wrote apology letters to the sub-4s. Yet another Marg Tower. Went on a hike with Aaron, then Friendsgiving at Lena's condo, and we played some VR and made hot dogs and saw a comedy show and made some of my famous aioli. And I guess that was my weekend.
This is one of my fucking favorite videos because there are some people who you're like, there's no way you're doing all these things. And obviously he's parodying like the people who either they're just lying about all the shit they do, or somehow they have discovered more than 24 hours in a day. Like, some people are like that, but then some people just lie. Like, there are sometimes I go to people's Instagrams and I'm like, how? Like, oh, I just had this beautiful weekend trip in St. Bart's. And then right after that took an incredible, had an incredible week in Thailand and blah, 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 blah. I just, like, people who travel all the time, who are just always going to stuff. Like, I've in the last month made a commitment to go see a couple concerts, to go to a show. And I am so tired. And I'm also like, there's no way to keep that kind of shit up. Both, it's like financially, energy level. I don't understand. How many Marg Towers have you tried last month? I don't know the last time I had a Marg Tower. You can live like this if you spend $5,000 a week. Yeah, more like $5,000 a day. Some people already put the Gaga audio over Zohran, of course.
No sleep.
Wait.
Bus. Club. Another club. Another club. Plane. Next place. No sleep. No fear. Nobody believed in me. No sleep. Bus. Club. Another club. Another club. Plane. Next place. No sleep. No fear. Nobody believed in me.
Holy shit, it's so perfect. The net is not dead, I swear. You know what? These are the moments that keep me coming back, okay? This is the pop culture crossover that I need. This is what I live for. Brigitte, thank you for the 8 months. Why did that look like a Zohran shrine? Because it was. Dude, this was so crazy. I'm telling you, Zohran was everywhere. Everywhere this weekend. He was everywhere this weekend to the point that he streamed with Ari at home.
You might have some bars.
Now, Zohran Mamdani and I have both live freestyled with Ari at home.
I go, and I go, and I go, and I go,
This is so sick.
and I go, and I go, and I go to the pole, and I go, 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 and I go. Give it up one more time, please. Come on. Whoa, it's insane out here, bro.
Bro, look at the crowd. Could you imagine Cuomo doing that shit? Negative aura. No. Cuomo do that and people be like, it'd be like, mwah, mwah. Just the crowd dispersing.
Hey, can I just shake your hand?
Be like, wait, what are you? Now hold on a second.
Honor, man. I'm honored.
He would kill the vibes. He would kill the vibes faster than anybody else. Like it almost impressive how fast he could kill the vibes. Worth it to see what he comes up with on the spot. This motherfucker is part of the city. Cuomo's merely in it. Yes. What Zohran Baldoni has demonstrated throughout this entire campaign is that he is a real New Yorker. He lives, breathes, eats, and sleeps New York City. This man loves this city. He loves the people in it. And imagine Cuomo with a Mark Tower. And he's the guy to do the job. Like it just, the difference between Andrew Cuomo, who's already lost one time, and Zohran Baldoni could not be more stark. That redacted YouTube interview channel went to the Cool Girls for Capitalism event for Cuomo, and no one was enthusiastic. They were all like, is he my first choice? No, but we have to stop Zohran. Yeah. Andrew Cuomo also symbolizes the old way of doing things. And it is a way that we have to stomp out, that we have to kill with fire, where essentially it's, look at the other guy. It's loser ass energy. This is what the Democrats have been doing. This is what the Democrats have been doing, especially in the era of Trump, where they're like, hey, get a load of that orange clown, huh? Now, we're not going to make things better, but we're certainly not the orange clown. It's very much this attitude of, well, all these things we can't do, but this guy is the problem because he's saying all these things he's going to try to do, and like, we can't do that. Nothing to get people actually excited. There's no like positive vision. There's no like, hey, my opponent would be terrible, but here's the reason why. Like that's not what you lead with. And that's not what is supposed to be the dominant narrative of like, look at how bad this guy is. It's supposed to excite people. People don't get excited when you just tell them, get a load of this guy. More. Thank you for the 19 months. You see Cuomo leaving in a white Bronco earlier? Yeah, you know, the last time somebody was very famously, a white Bronco escaping. His aide had parked in the bus lane. You can't make this shit up. You truly, his aide parked in the fucking bus lane. It only worked once in 2020 when everyone collectively went, fuck it, Biden will do. And he lied. He and everybody lied to the voters, and they're like, Biden's just going to be a bridge candidate. We know he's old. He's not exciting, but he's going to be the bridge candidate. And then it's going to be the bridge towards young, progressive people to take over and lead. And then he's like, hey, Jack, I think I'm going to run again. Live look at Andrew Cuomo leaving New York City after the election tomorrow. Escaping in the white Ford Bronco. New Andrew Cuomo hung up in the
Saying that
middle
you're his
of a
guy.
radio interview today.
No. First of
Trump said you're his candidate. If he had to pick a bad Democrat or what did he say? Or a
communist.
Or a communist, he's picking you.
Yeah, he did. He's also said this at multiple points that he supports Cuomo over in the race.
Hello?
Oh
I
my!
think that they cut him off. I think he had to rap.
You just get. Oh. I really wanted to.
No, not the. Hello? Not
think
the
that
exit
they cut him
beep.
I think he had to rap.
You just get. Oh.
Literally rage quit.
I really wanted to hear that answer. That's what I was going to ask you.
Ebro just got spicy.
Oh.
I heard a click before the boop.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh, well. Boy was just on 6.
Oh my God. He could not, he refused to answer the host asking him about Donald Trump expressing support, where he would rather support Cuomo, a bad Democrat, than to support Zohran Mamdani. And he just pieced the fuck out. Yeah, this is who y'all want to be mayor, this guy. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him. If communist candidate Zohran Mamdani wins the election for mayor of New York City, it is highly unlikely that I will be... Trump being like, I'm going to withhold federal funds from New York. We need to be reminded that you can't do this shit. You can't do this shit. Which Donald Trump just constantly says on Maine. He's like, yeah, if Zohran wins, I'm going to not give federal funds to New York City, which he can't do. When he's going to sanction his own city. Other than the very minimum as required to my beloved first home, because of the fact that as a communist, this once great city has zero chance of success or even survival. Yes. It only get worse with a communist at the helm, and I don't want to send as president good money after bad. It is my obligation to run the nation, and it is my strong conviction that New York City will be a complete and total economic and social disaster should Mamdani win. His principles have been tested for over 1,000 years, and never once have they been successful, which is just not true. I would much rather see a Democrat who has a record of success. Oh, you mean a lot of dead old people in the nursing homes win than a communist with no experience and a record of complete and total failure. He was nothing as an assemblyman, ranked at the bottom of the class, and as mayor of potentially, again, the greatest city in the world. He has no chance to bring it back to its former glory. We must also remember this. A vote for Curtis Sliwa, who looks much better without the beret. Ain't no way he's coming for the beret. Oh, hell no. Donald Trump just came for the beret. Oh, it's getting messy up in here. Is a vote for Mamdani. Whether you personally like Andrew Cuomo or not, you really have no choice. You must vote for him and hope he does a fantastic job. He is capable of it. Mamdani is not. Yeah, so when you have this kind of endorsement from the president of the United States, who is Donald Trump, and then who's saying like, vote for Andrew Cuomo or I will do everything in my power to punish New York City. No wonder Cuomo's like rage quitting interviews when he's asked about it. Yeah, tell me again how Donald Trump is not a fascist. Did you see this beautiful video showing how Mamdani's campaign grew? Oh no, I have not. We'll watch this. Cuomo has a higher body count than Mohammed Atta. Yeah, Cuomo killed Jay Schlatt's grandma. Never forget. First, they came for Curtis Sliwa, and I said nothing because I don't wear berets. Only 1.5 thousand likes on his own platform. Sad. So sad. Has Donald Trump fallen off? Is Donald Trump washed? Just remember, when you go out and vote tomorrow, if you live in New York City, you are voting to get justice for Jay Schlatt's grandmother. Never forget. If for no other reason, justice for Granny Schlatt. Did you see who also endorsed Cuomo? Another big oh, shocker. Oh, wow. Elon endorses Cuomo. Shocker. Shocker of the century. Yeah. So when we say that Andrew Cuomo is the candidate for billionaires, for corporations, for fascists, look at his endorsements. Look at who's throwing their weight behind him. Has Nicki endorsed him? What the fuck? I know I say this all the time. What the fuck is going on with Nicki Minaj? What is happening? Did you guys see whatever was the latest Nicki Minaj? Is she in her right-wing grift? I mean, not that she hasn't not been a weirdo. Is she just full-blown MAGA now? Like, is this what we should expect? That now it's Nicki Maganaj? Like, is this the female Kanye arc? Is this what's going on? I mean, I know she's been a loser for a minute, okay? But Rebarblicans. Yeah, are the barbs now like, okay, I guess we're MAGA. Non, thank you for the 33 months. Anti-corporatist, thank you for the 5 months. It gets worse. Jamil just defended you. Yeah, so why is Nicki Minaj now like the spokesperson for Christianity? Reading this has made me feel a deep sense of gratitude. We live in a country where we can freely worship God. No group should ever be persecuted for practicing their religion. We don't have to share the same beliefs in order for us to respect each other. Numerous countries all around the world are being affected by this horror, and it's dangerous to pretend we don't notice. Girl, why? And it's always like a weird religion arc. It's always a weird religion arc. It's also, notice that they don't talk about Muslims being targeted because they don't give a fuck. They don't care. Thank you to the president and his team for taking this seriously. God bless every persecuted Christian. Let's remember to lift them up in prayer. Incoming Nicki Minaj sponsor with the prayer app. Nicki Minaj and Gwen Stefani. Nicki Minaj and Gwen Stefani doing an ad for the prayer app. Persecuted Christians. I don't know, man. Why? In times like these, people who have been whack truly reveal themselves. And I just have to say that, remember, the pendulum swings back. People are already expressing that they miss woke. They are already indicating that a shift is in the works, where there was and still is the backlash to progressivism, to woke, and it has allowed all of these cockroaches to come out of the walls. and feel safe and also feel like they can benefit from expressing very reactionary sentiment. And I saw Myth tweet about this where he was like, what is up with all these people who were just playing games 2 years ago who are now like right-wing political commentators? And it's because that is a result of an environment that is so openly right-wing that a lot of people have been able to benefit in this moment from being reactionary, from grifting to the right. This is what we call the grift. And what happens when that starts to go away, when it's no longer an environment where it's like, yeah, it's so cool to be just doing blackface on the timeline, to be saying slurs, to be saying like America's white people's land. That's not going to be as welcome. There's not going to be as strong of an incentive to be speaking that way, to be doing the grift. The amount of people on Twitter I saw doing literal blackface for Halloween. Yes, because they are right now so comfortable in doing that kind of thing openly. That's the freedom that that's the freedom that Donald Trump has brought back to America. Did you see the follow-up? She's in the club now. Mike Waltz at Nicki Minaj, thank you for using your platform to speak out in defense of the Christians being persecuted in Nigeria. We cannot allow this to continue. Every brother and sister of Christ must band together and say enough. If you ever find yourself in New York, come by the U.S. Embassy to the United Nations. They're about to make Nicki Minaj an ambassador. Nicki Minaj about to have a role in the White House. I would love to speak with you in more depth about what our administration is doing to protect Christians' freedoms all over the world. But the thing is, too, we've already seen people backing away from Trump, people backing away from this just disgusting, vile environment that has been that has been flourishing. People like Joe Rogan and these other manosphere dudes who have been backing away from having been open supporters for Donald Trump in the last election. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. Andrew Schultz. People will have a lot of regrets about what they were posting in this era. They are going to try and pretend that they did not participate in the just constant vile screed that we see everywhere. People are going to pretend this in regards to Israel, in regards to just all of a lot of these issues that are discussed on the internet and have brought out just the most absurd, insane racism. And as time goes on, people will pretend that they didn't participate in that. Like, we've already seen that with Israel. We have already seen political commentators try and pretend like for the last couple of years, they were not supporting Israel in the ways that they were. But they're just 45-year-old children. They don't know any better. Okay, thank you for the gifted. Deanie, thank you for the bits. Damien, thank you for the 12 months. They were just a 47-year-old baby. How could they have known any better? A lot of liberal content creators? Oh, yes. A lot of liberal content creators who were personally responsible for the insane harassment that people like me and others had to experience on this platform. Oh no, y'all don't get to separate yourself from the accountability that you need to take Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, you are on the wrong fucking side. You are still on the wrong side. Yeah, just a 40-year-old baby. We don't forget. We do not. Okay, a few days after the presidential election 1 year ago, we went to Fordham Road in the Bronx. It was a little different last week.
How's it going, guys? Do you have 60 seconds to talk to us about the election? How you guys doing? Do you guys want to talk about the election for a minute? How you doing, boss? How's it going, sir? Excuse me, ma'am. How you doing, boss? Why is it that you don't feel as confident today about Democratic candidates?
Honestly, I lost faith.
It felt like I was just choosing the greater of two evils, and whatever was going to happen was going to happen.
How you doing, boss?
Walter.
Walter, nice to meet you. Walter, did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday?
I didn't vote.
I call all my African people to vote for
Thank you, my brother.
Because I know with you, New York City will change.
Thank you, my brother.
I support you.
1 year ago, we were here talking to New Yorkers after Donald Trump won the presidential election. Did you get a chance to vote on Tuesday, Devin?
I did, yes.
And who did you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Trump.
The million-dollar question. Trump.
Honestly, I didn't vote.
Actually, I did not get a chance to vote.
But I didn't want to anyways.
What we're finding today, remember exactly where we were? There are far more people excited about the possibility of politics in this city on the same street, where last year there were very few who were looking to have that conversation. You going, boss?
Let's go, You got my vote.
How you doing?
Yes,
Okay, so you have to look at people like AOC and Bernie and Zohran, where there are plenty of people who voted for Donald Trump, maybe once, maybe twice, who are able to be won over by candidates like this. So the path moving forward is not to offer them a corporate centrist Democrat who's like, but I'm not Donald Trump. The path forward is to offer them genuine positivity of, here's how I envision the changes for our city. Here's the affordability that we can bring to our city. And they don't want more of the same, because the same sucks. The same sucks. They want somebody who's going to be like, I see how hard your life is. I see how hard it is to afford your groceries, getting to work, how struggling with keeping a roof over your head. And they want people who are going to speak to those issues and offer them like policies to address that. Not, I see you, I hear you, and here's more of the status quo. Doing the same thing and expecting that it's going to be any different is insanity.
I'll vote for this guy. You are the best, bro.
Thank you, bro. How are you? It's time for a change. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, man. Oh, thank you, my brother.
Just got my citizenship.
Hey, congratulations.
It's so interesting because this Will was talking to a family member recently, and his family member was like asking him about his politics. And so he was just telling him all the things he believes. And his family member was like, wait, I actually agree with a lot of that. And this is somebody who has been, who's voted conservative, but is very much so a member of the working class in this country, blue collar working class. And by just like removing a lot of, I think by removing the labels, which carry a lot of, fear for people, and there's just so much propaganda that they'll immediately tune out and not realize like, oh, actually we have a lot in common in what we believe. It was very much a like, that sounds good. Wait, I agree with that. Wait a sec. I agree with that. And that's people. it's a gift, like Zohran has, to be able to speak face to face with people in a way that they understand, in a way that, in a way that really gets to the heart of their needs and breaks things. You know, it's not the like political speak that people tune out, but talking to everyday people in the language that they understand and that appeals to them. That's why the Working Families Party gets a lot less pushback, because it doesn't have the word socialist in the name. People like the idea, but are afraid of the word socialist. Yes, people are afraid of the word socialist because of decades of propaganda in this country to make just even the term socialist seem like a very scary word. Socialism. And then, of course, like of course, communism too. Like, what?
Congratulations! That's amazing.
You're the game changer.
Thank you, my brother.
My bishop first. I voted for him yesterday.
Oh, thank you, brother.
Yeah, this is the mayor, the next mayor.
What we heard from them then was that they were tired of a Democratic Party that thought too little of working class people across this country to offer them an affirmative vision. Why did you not vote?
Because I don't believe in the system anymore.
Brother?
Good.
Good to see you. How you doing,
Anymore.
man?
So did you believe in it at one point?
Yes.
And what caused you to lose faith?
Just the way things been going now. It's hard on people now.
Yo, let's go. How you doing, man?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are praying God, make it people expect to you.
Dude, even Curtis Sliwa is messaging that billionaires can't buy New York elections. Democrats still don't understand how they're being outflanked. Yeah, but they're also in survival mode. They are absolutely in survival mode where it is good for their bottom line if they can crush candidates like Zohran Mamdani. They need to be able to preserve their corporate-driven, billionaire-backed style of politics. Hi, Tina Kitten. Hello, my love. Sliwa with his 14 cats knows. A lot don't even know the difference between liberalism and leftism. Yes, and they'll fear that, you know, the word radical as well. The word radical is one that you hear all the time on places like Fox News, right? Ooh, these radical communists, just these radicals in general. And people are very scared by the term radical. They think radical means like destruction. They think it means the end of times, rather than radical, like representing progress, being about reform, being about, both political and social reform. But the word radical just sounds scary. It sounds scary in the context of politics. These radical antifers, because these are buzzwords. These are buzzwords that the establishment, both on the, it's very popular for the right wing, but also you hear it in the liberal establishment, where they know that these are the words that stick in people's brains. And so a lot of times they don't know anything other than just repeating what they hear over and over again. And it's the process of repetition. So if you tell someone enough, oh, these radical socialist, communist, leftist, anarchists, these radical antifers, then people know to fear that, even though they don't really even know what it means. They don't even understand what it is that somebody who's painted as a scary radical leftist genuinely believes in. And what they believe in is truly, at the end of the day, what the majority of people in this country need and want.
I hope you help us.
I've been watching you. You really is struggling. God bless you, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Both of you being my wife.
Thank you.
Both of you heard.
Thank you.
You're really nice.
I'm excited for you to be mayor, and I hope No, actually, no. I know you're gonna become mayor.
Thank you.
I mean, genuinely. I know this is like a campaign ad, but you can feel people's excitement. People want to be excited to vote for political candidates. They want to feel that there is somebody who's come in who is different than what has been offered to them previously, than what different from what feels like now is the norm.
So I actually want to introduce myself. My name is Zohran Mamdani. I'm going to be running for mayor next year. Yes, sir. And I'm going to be running on that platform of making sure we keep the rent where it's at for rent-stabilized tenants, of making the buses free, making childcare reality. And it's a pleasure to meet you.
And it's really important to get real progressives in at all levels of government, because we can't rely on like one person having to go up against the rest of the establishment. And it's one of those where it's like, okay, obviously temper expectations while still feeling hopeful and inspired, but realize that like this has to be the beginning of changing out the old guard, the old, get out all the centrists, get out all of the politicians who are not genuinely working on behalf of the people. You can't just hope for one person like an AOC or Zohran to come in and be able to, and not face all of these obstacles and challenges from everyone else that they have to work with. Yeah, it's not one person. There's no one hero. There's no one person who's going to be able to come in and change everything.
You know you're already going to win, so why are you walking around for?
Come on. You got to work every day for us. It's New York. Ain't nothing done.
Spudding, thank you for the 26 months. Yeah, that's amazing. Love it. Love it. Meanwhile, I just I cannot believe, and even though I can believe, but I cannot believe that Donald Trump had a Great Gatsby themed Halloween party this weekend, as millions of Americans are losing SNAP benefits, are losing health care. It's so on the nose. It's so on the nose. It's like levels of being out of touch that are unimaginable. Almost like it's on purpose. Like it's on purpose to host a Great Gatsby party in the midst of millions of Americans losing access to food and healthcare. And yet. Also, I gotta be so for real. Every time I see a video of a Trump party, everybody always looks really bad, and they don't actually look fun. They really, like, everyone just looks ugly. Everyone looks ugly. It's so tacky. All the money in the world, and you can't throw a genuinely cool party. You literally can't make this stuff up. While Trump illegally denied food to 42 million low-income Americans, including 16 million kids, he hosted a lavish Great Gatsby party for his billionaire pals at his country club. This is oligarchy at its ugliest. We must fight back. So much silicone. Just what people in fedoras. People in fedoras. I just watched a video about how fascists can't create music and culture. They only steal it. Oh, yeah. Wait, this looks great. Yeah. Case in point, fascists, Nazis, trying to claim the Matrix. They just come in, they go, no, actually, this is about us. No, this is about being red-pilled. This is about waking up and realizing that actually hailing Hitler is so sick. And it doesn't matter that the Matrix was created by two trans filmmakers, and they themselves have said it is an allegory for being trans. Doesn't matter. No, they will just steal it and claim it as their own. Phone bank lead from Zohran's campaign here. Again, volunteers made over 250,000 calls just today. That's incredible. Great work. Have you seen the fucking Star Trek is for conservatives think peace media literacy is dead? I simply cannot. Okay, this is Democracy Now! And the Great Gatsby Party.
Halloween party at Mar-a-Lago just hours before the estimated 42 million people lost SNAP benefits. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy wrote on social media, the way he rubs his inhumanity in Americans' face never ceases to stun me. He's illegally refusing to pay food stamp benefits while he throws a ridiculously over-the-top Gatsby party for his right-wing millionaire and corporate friends, unquote. And a piece for the Financial Times headlined How Gatsby Foretold Trump's America. The University of London literature professor Sarah Churchwell writes, quote, the novel's prescience lies not in foretelling specific events, but in
when fiction becomes real life, when fiction reflects and retracts.
Diagnosing a culture where power enjoys impunity and cruelty rubs out its traces. A society run by careless people. The unheeding brutality of so-called world builders has returned most recently in the dark fantasies of Trumpism and in Silicon Valley's fatuous motto, move fast and break things, she wrote. For more, we go to Montgomery, Alabama, where we're joined by Kirk Kernet, professor and chair of the English department at Troy University. Montgomery is where Zelda Fitzgerald was born. The professor teaches F. Scott Fitzgerald, the Great Gatsby, served on the board of the Scott and Zelda Fitzgerald Museum in Montgomery, now executive director of the International F. Scott Fitzgerald Society. We thank you so much for being with us. Professor Kirk Kernet, as you saw this party play out in Mar-a-Lago, as millions could literally move into hunger in America.
Fiction is usually written based on life. It's not predictive, but we keep repeating ourselves. Yes. Case in point, Star Wars, right? Star Wars, where you have rebels resisting the Empire. And what's his name? George Lucas talked about how it was a response to the Vietnam War, right? The Americans versus the Viet Cong, but also that it can be applied to so many wars and conflicts throughout time because of the central themes, because of the ideas of like the good guys fighting against the bad guys. And it's why too, understanding how pop culture texts communicate ideas, how to, how to communicate politics via pop culture is so important, because this is something, the reason it's popular culture is because it's consumed by the masses, because a lot of people watch, read, consume this consume this in culture, and the ways that political ideologies can be communicated via this culture that's being mass consumed. And it's really, pop culture is central to political communication. The empire has the right to defend itself.
Your thoughts. What did The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald, teach us about the times then, and perhaps a warning about the times today?
Well, I think it's fair to say that those of us who have spent our careers studying F. Scott Fitzgerald were horrified and sort of felt like, Mr. President, you've ruined so much already. Why must you sully The Great Gatsby? It's really horrific optics, and it really perpetuates, I think, a misreading of The Great Gatsby that troubles many of us. Gatsby is sort of famous for its lavish party scenes, but I think what people often miss is that the entire thrust of the book is to critique that conspicuous consumption and the wastage that goes on in these sorts of events where all of our values are becoming more and more tenuous.
Who in The Great Gatsby do you see personifying President Trump, and why?
Well, it's very interesting because for the past 50 years, there's been a tendency to equate presidents with Jay Gatsby. It started with Richard Nixon, believe it or not.
Bro, also, Jay Gatsby dies alone, and nobody goes to his funeral, which you contrast that with how there's always so many people at the parties, right? You would think that, oh, this is a popular man. Look at all these people partying up at Gatsby's place. And yet when he dies, he essentially dies alone and his life is celebrated by no one, which reinforces this idea of the emptiness of life. Spoilers, the emptiness of life when you place emphasis on wealth, and when the people in your life are there due to the amount of money that you have.
In part because the 1974
I was just getting to it in 2045.
And
yeah, I was planning to read The Great Gatsby in about 15 years.
It usually refers to people who come outside, the outsider.
Yeah,
Bill
no one
Clinton,
cares
Barack
about him, just what they
Obama.
can get from him.
But with Donald Trump, I think we really do have the first instance of a president who is the villain of the novel, Tom Buchanan.
And if you could talk about the fact that April was the centennial of the publication of The Great Gatsby, what do you see as the enduring message about a society run by careless people? And as you looked at Mar-a-Lago, the millionaires and billionaires around President Trump, your final thoughts?
Well, my eyes kind of went to the servers and the people that are working this sort of extravagant party. And they're in the background of Gatsby, too. I see a huge difference because the people that attended Gatsby's parties were not necessarily rich people. They tended to be people that were interested or sort of drawn to the exuberance of life. And in many ways, they're not unlike Gatsby. So it was a sort of a taste of a life that they probably weren't ever going to get in the real workaday world. When I look at Trump's Mar-a-Lago, it just seems it seems something right out of the Satyricon, which is a story that Fitzgerald drew from as he was creating the novel. So it really, there's no irony or no self-critique there as this spectacle is going on, and it just demonstrates again that a lot of our great literature can be used for spurious purposes.
Kurt Carnott, I want to thank you for being with us, Chair of the English Department at Troy University, Executive Director of the International F. Scott Fitzgerald Society, joining us from Montgomery, Alabama, the birthplace of Zelda Fitzgerald, the wife of the author F. Scott Fitzgerald. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Also, Gatsby opens up with, in my younger and more vulnerable years, my father gave me some advice that had been turning over in my mind ever since. Whenever you feel like criticizing anyone, he told me, just remember that all the people in this world haven't had the advantages that you've had. Here's another quote from F. Scott. Let me tell you about the very rich. They are different from you and me. They possess and enjoy early, and it does something to them. Makes them soft where we are hard, and cynical where we are trustful, in a way that unless you were born rich, it's very difficult to understand. They think deep in their hearts that they are better than we are because we had to discover the compensations and refuges of life for ourselves. Even when they enter deep into our world or sink below us, they still think that they are better than we are. They are different. By advantages, he means, yeah, DEI. Okay. All right. Oh, wait, I did not mean to close that post. I grew up in West Palm, and going over into Palm Beach Island, it's a different world. I feel like a medieval peasant. It's hard to describe. 561 people know what I mean. There really is this idea that a lot of very wealthy people have, which is that they are superior because they are wealthy. And it doesn't matter how that wealth was obtained. They still have it is a superiority complex. It is a godlike complex for the mere fact that they are in a completely different tax bracket. That just by possessing the wealth they do, that they are virtuous for that. And yeah, and a lot of them inherited it. A lot of them gained that wealth not through like hard labor, not through just working hard in life and then made a lot of money from doing it. But it doesn't matter how they got that wealth, because they still believe that they are better than everybody else for the mere fact that they are extremely wealthy. And that's an attitude that trickles all the way down, because that is pushed by our, it's a cultural, political, social attitude that more money equals better person. That's inherently virtuous to be a person who possesses great wealth. Value equals wealth under capitalism. Yes. Wait, okay. Where did I put that? Where did I put that link that is about fascists?
Hello and welcome to Last Mixtape. My name's Stephen White, and on this week's show, we delve into why fascists can't dance and the insidious creep of censorship. But first,
Bana, bum, bum, bana.
I mean, you're not really serious if you're saying we're going toward a fascist theocracy.
That's right, we are. Wait a minute.
In what way? Give me one example.
One example of a fascist theocracy. When you have a government that prefers a certain moral code derived from a certain religion, and that moral code turns into legislation to suit one certain religious point of view, and if that code happens to be very, very right-wing, almost toward Attila the Hun.
Empress Grand,
not my words, but the words of Frank Zappa. Why, dear listener, and indeed, dear viewer, were we just listening to Frank Zappa speak on fascist theocracy at the beginning of this week's show? Well,
It's also like when Tolkien said evil cannot create anything new. They can only corrupt and ruin what good forces have invented or made. It's the same idea where when you belong to an inherently hateful, evil ideology, all you do is destroy. You steal, you twist, you corrupt, you destroy, but you don't create because you can't.
Well, this week I thought we'd delve into why fascists keep trying to hijack music and culture and twist it into their own means, and why they will always fail. Because fascists can't dance. Fascists can't create. They can only silence, steal, or twist what's alive into something hollow and dead. And nowhere is that clearer than in music. Because music is everything they fear, messy, imperfect, unpredictable. It thrives on accidents, contradictions, and the offbeat. It needs risk, failure, and friction to survive. Fascism can't stomach that. It demands certainty and obedience. And art dies under those conditions. That's why, time and time again, regimes go after music first.
Yes. It's like when Nazi Germany banned jazz. Like this happens throughout history where you have oppressive regimes that target arts and culture. And music is something that authoritarian regimes have always feared and have always sought to ban.
From Nazi Germany banning jazz as degenerate, to Franco outlawing Catalonian and Basque songs, to Pol Pot executing Cambodia's rock musicians, to Ireland's own Catholic Church blacklisting artists and performers. Different flags, same instinct. Choke the soundtrack, choke the people. In America, it was
You like jazz? Not in this fascist era.
the heartbeat of the civil rights movement. Gospel choirs and marches, Sam Cooke's A Change Is Gonna Come, Nina Simone spitting fire with Mississippi Goddamn. These were the oxygen of a movement, which is why the state tried to cut it off. Radio bans, police raids, politicians calling them dangerous. And queer spaces, always the canary in the coal mine. In Weimar, Berlin, cabaret was decadent, defiantly queer. Nazis raided bars.
Yes. And if you've ever seen Cabaret, if you've ever seen the great Cabaret, what happens in Cabaret is throughout the film, Nazis infiltrate the cabaret, which was once this home for those on the fringes, for the freaks, for the for life outside of what the status quo is dictated as normal. And as Nazi Germany, as the Nazi Germany regime takes a hold of power in Germany, we see this playing out in the cabaret. And you get Tomorrow Belongs to Me. Yes. If you could see her through my eyes. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. Fremde, étranger, stranger. Glücklich zu sehen, je suis enchanté. Happy to see you, bleibe rechte stay. Willkommen, bienvenue, welcome. In cabaret, to cabaret, in cabaret. Love how dark and real the ending for the Alan Cummings version is, with the MC ending up at the camps. Yes, it's very dark. It's very dark. And you see, like, there's one shot too, I remember, where like there's a mirror and you see the Nazis, you see the swastika being reflected in it.
And executed drag performers. 40 years later, in New York, disco and house rose from queer clubs, sanctuaries of bass and glitter where outsiders could breathe again. But again came the raids and the mockery. The disco demolition night,
We will
eerily
watch Cabaret
reminiscent
one
of
night.
Nazi burning of books. Joy is dangerous, expression is dangerous, difference is dangerous. That's why fascists tried to kill it. And we're seeing it play out again today. Artists speaking for Palestine, using their stage to call out occupation and genocide, are being pulled from lineups, censored on air, smeared as dangerous. In Britain, in America, in Europe, the message is the same. Don't give artists the stage, don't give them the voice, don't give the people the truth. But like every movement before it, music cannot be put on mute. From punk bands to rappers, bedroom producers to global stars, voices keep rising against the silence demanded by power. So,
Cabaret was first a production on Broadway that opened in '66, and then it inspired the film, which came out in 1972 and starred Liza Minnelli and Joel Grey.
When they can't silence, they steal.
When they can't silence, they steal.
Scavenge. They leech of what's alive and try to twist it into something dead. Take Britain in the 1970s. Punk exploded, chaotic, multicultural, impossible to control. The far right latched onto it with one band Screwdriver and tried to turn that music and that movement into the soundtrack of the National Front. But punk spat them right back out. Rock Against Racism filled halls with The Clash, Steel Pulse, X-Ray Specs, crowds that looked like the streets, noisy, mixed, alive. Screwdriver were a parasite. And it happens here too. The so-called Misha Era Festival promised tradition, heritage and music, but behind the Cayley tunes and green, white and gold branding were far-right organisers, pushing anti-immigration politics under the guise of culture and a distorted image of what Ireland was and what Ireland is. The response was immediate. Fontaine's DC, Christy Moore, Kneecap, the Mary Wallifers, hundreds of artists signed an open letter. The venue pulled out, the mask slipped. People saw it for what it was, not celebration, but theft. Theft of cultural identity and theft of modern society. That's the pattern, from Screwdriver to half-baked far-right festivals in Ireland. Fascism never creates, it only copies. It strips music of context, hollows it out, and embalms it like a corpse. But people and music always slip the chains. Because music, art, and culture is a lived experience. Not some ultra-nationalist ideal of what it means to be Irish, but the truth. Fascists can hijack a chorus, they can steal a cymbal, they can march in time to someone else's tune, but they will never write music themselves. They will never truly dance. And why, dear listener,
fascists can't dance.
Is this important now? Well, because of woke. Because of the woke mob. Well, why this is all relevant today is because it is happening now. Nationalism, fascism, authoritarianism has not gone away in recent decades. It has only grown, and the internet has only shined a brighter light upon it. But it was always in the undergrowth. Recently, I was walking back from...
That's why it's so funny when fascists are like, you know, they stole our culture. What culture? What culture y'all got?
A recording of one of these shows, and I came upon a group of people wrapped in Irish flags, with Irish flags waving and everything like that, on their way down the quays towards an anti-immigration protest on O'Connell Street here in Dublin. And these were people from the anti-immigration far right, very much aligned with authoritarianism, very much aligned with the politics and the ideology thereof of fascism itself.
As someone who's had the misfortune of having to listen and watch to lots of Nazi cultural production, it's very bleak and boring. There's no creativity. No, because fascism is not life. It simply, it's a black hole that just destroys everything until it moves into the innermost parts and destroys that as well.
And it was an interesting thing to see them wrapped in that flag that we both share, and that a lot of people on this island share, and they're co-opting of it. It made me think of all the people that have commented on these types of videos, and I don't want to turn into one of those creators or YouTubers like arguing with people in the comments or straw-manning people in a way, but you see it a lot of the time. It'll be on X or on Instagram or all these things where people are like, with Irish flags in their profile, or Michael Collins or Project Pierce. If you're from the UK, from France, if you're from America, you probably have an alternative national hero or use of national flag, and them saying the most anti-immigration, the most far right, the most vile, the most twisted things, and how they take culture. As we were talking about Nazism, we were talking about Mussolini, you talk about Franco. One of the first things through, obviously, in Nazism with Goebbels and people like that, propaganda and the use of history and the use of culture and the use of stories and the use of music, or the oppression thereof, was a way to control, a conformity to one ideal, a conformity to a nationalist identity that for them stops and begins in a certain place that never truly existed. This rise in nationalism or ultranationalism in Ireland is one to be worried about. As you were talking about there, the Misha Era Festival that was moved, and it was cancelled in one venue and moved on to another because of the petition by Irish artists, which is a completely legitimate thing to do. You can petition in a democracy against something. It's up to the event owner or the event organiser or the venue themselves to decide on what to do with that petition. They can ignore it, they can do what they want. It's been moved now, I believe, to Mayo. These kind of things, it's kind of like a festival for far-right ideology, a festival where no doubt the Irish identity will be contorted to be this kind of Ireland for the Irish type thing, a kind of a variation. I do believe even some of these arseholes use MAGA or Make Ireland Great Again, this kind of idea that they have some ownership of, or they have some idea of what Ireland is, that Irish immigrants, people in this country who have provided, who have participated in Irish culture, who are participating in Irish culture, in Irish politics, in Irish life, have no place here. And here,
I think the other thing too is you notice this trend with artists, with writers, musicians, etc., who, when later in life they start becoming more right-wing, more reactionary, it's in direct contrast to what made their work so great when they were younger. For instance, David Mamet, who we've talked about a lot. We watched that interview on Talk Easy. And David Mamet, when he was younger, he wrote plays and screenplays that were very anti, the politics in them were very anti-establishment, were very like pro worker, pro like blue collar. He was a blue collar dude. And as he's gotten older, see, it's not so much that like somebody who ascribes to right-wing politics can't create anything. What it is that usually when they created great art, it was before they fell down the hole of right-wing politics. And now, what we see a lot of is how they can't really produce anymore. They can't create in the way that they used to. Like you see that, right? Kanye, comedians who no longer feel like they're actually no longer feel like they're actually making comedy out of societal truths, but instead are just bitching and moaning and are giving like very rich, out of touch, whiny babies. The dialogue in Glengarry Glen Ross, like it's hard to believe that that's the guy who wrote Glengarry Glen Ross is the same dude who's now storming angrily out of interviews, who is just like complains and whines and is incredibly privileged, but acts very much like a victim in this world. Ron White uses AI to write jokes now. Ugh.
Here's the thing. This is what you're going to see with these fascist type, with these ultra-nationalists, with these kind of groups and gangs, is that they will use the comments and they will talk about how they can't see any nationalists or authoritarian or fascists or any kind of ideology like that in the countries that they live in, or if it's in Ireland or anywhere like that. I don't see. Where is it all happening? I can't see any rise of fascism. Where is the fascism? Show me it. I can't see it. Somebody explain to me what fascism is, because I don't understand it. This fucking bollocks. The reason why you can't see or you don't understand why there's a fascism or there is ultranationalism in Ireland or any country like that is because you're in it. It is the same reason you can't see the Eiffel Tower when you're standing on fucking top of it, because you are fucking in it, my friend. That is fucking why. These people, as I say, are unimaginative, uncreative, uncurious, fearful people who have run to the arms of dear leader, whomever that is, whatever group that is, for something, for some sort of identity, for some sort of a certainty, for all the plug-and-play borrowed politics that they use and borrowed comments that they use in all the fucking things that they say. It's because of the woke mob, or the woke guy. You don't even fucking know what woke means, and you fucking use it for fucking everything. You copy and paste the same comments over and over and over again. You fucking use like, oh, what's a woman? All the kinds of like, oh, I have legitimate concerns about the border. It's just such legitimate. About what fucking border are you fucking talking about? People come from fucking Belfast. Is that fucking it? People come from Derry. You're fucking worried about the fucking Irish fucking border between Northern Ireland and Republic Ireland. No, you're not, because you're not even fucking smart enough to take the borrowed politics you've taken from America and the borrowed authoritarianism, fascism you've taken from over there and fucking apply it to Ireland without fucking taking out the fucking names and references properly. You see it with these fucking marches where people have Trump flags in Ireland where he can't be president. Or the people who didn't understand that Conor McGregor when he couldn't be president of Ireland, or even what a president in Ireland fucking does. These people borrow everything, and they borrow music, they borrow culture, because they are incurious, they're incapable of creating, incapable of thinking for themselves. That's why they lean on fascism. That's why they push themselves to fascism. Any sort of difference, any sort of expression, individuality, all of those things make them afraid because they cannot create it themselves. It is a fear response. That doesn't excuse it, but it is a fear response. And these people will continue to do so because they have nothing else. And no one else will listen to them. So this borrowed idea of what they think Irishness is without actually being a part of it, whilst other people from immigrant communities in Ireland, from communities that are different to ours and different to mine and my experience growing up in Ireland, how they contribute to Ireland, to our culture, to our art, to our community, to our politics, to everything about ourselves is far greater than what they commit and to what they contribute, because all they contribute is borrowed, stolen ideas that are built through fear. That is a dangerous thing, and we live in a dangerous time because these people are pervasive because they've got nothing else. There isn't anything else. It is a singular message because it is a message they all speak from, because they are not individuals. That is the dangerous thing about censorship. That is the dangerous thing about letting governments get involved. This very week, McHara will go to court in the UK for things he said on stage. People like Bob Villan have also been investigated. I think Kneecap themselves have also been banned from performing in Canada. Artists are being banned. Why is that? Where have we seen that before? Expression is being banned. If dear leader or dear leaders don't like what you're saying and don't like what you're doing, they will decide. That is letting a wolf through the fucking door.
Yeah, and I think what he said about individuality, fascism is inherently anti-individual. Right? It's like, oh, there's one person who's like, yes, I am the great leader and you will all fall in line and follow me. And if you get out of line, if you say anything that questions, that resists, then you're getting thrown in prison. It's all about conforming. And so that does not leave room for genuine creative expression.
That is letting some people like that, people like these authoritarian types as well, control what is said and what is expressed, and they will do it in the old Roman way, in Julius Caesar's way of, I will relinquish power once Rome is free of all its enemies. I will stop doing what I'm doing. I'm doing it only for your good, only for you. I'm just trying to keep you safe and everyone safe, when all they are trying to do is control. So, why can't fascists write music? Because music lives in chaos. It thrives in tension, in improvisation, in voices that refuse to be contained. It doesn't follow rules, it doesn't salute, it doesn't march in lockstep. Fascists need obedience. Music needs the messy, the unpredictable, the alive. Every time they try to steal it, a symbol, a style, a song, music reclaims itself. It multiplies, it escapes, it evolves. Punk didn't die when Screwdriver tried to claim it. Jazz didn't vanish under the Nazi boot. Disco didn't disappear when police raided queer clubs. Black music survived and transformed, shaping generations. Queer music and dance spaces survived, pulsing louder in basements, clubs, warehouses, living rooms, and now online spaces. Every beat becomes a refusal to obey. And here's the beautiful irony.
Chapel!
The more they try to crush it, the louder it gets. Every banned song, every raided club, every threatened space of expansion, every act taken off a lineup of a festival only draws more ears to that act and to their voice. Music finds a way to survive under oppression. Sometimes it thrives stronger than before. It bursts out of basements into streets, from small studios into stadiums, from underground radio to playlists of millions. The sound of life, refusing to silence, is unstoppable. Music is not just entertainment, it is identity, it is resistance, it is memory, history, joy, pain. Every time it is threatened, it reminds us creativity cannot be imprisoned. Culture cannot be owned. Freedom cannot be legislated. Art will always outlast authoritarianism because it is alive, because it refuses to obey, because it belongs to everyone. You, me, anyone watching this show, anybody listening. It is ours, and it is no one's to gatekeep, and no one's to deny, and no one's to dictate. I'm not naive. I understand what is happening in the world now, and that music is not the only way or the only act of resistance. But it is a voice, it is communication, it is expression. If that voice is quelled, if that voice is put down to where we can no longer hear it, then the people will no longer be heard. All of us. And so we must keep playing, we must keep dancing, we must keep singing. Not to spite them, not even to teach them a lesson, but because music is life itself and a refusal of fear. And that
they played Chapel and Beyonce at that stupid fucking Gatsby party this weekend too. They love to destroy and co-opt. especially playing Chapel, who has made very clear this last year what she thinks of y'all. Under Nazism, they had a category for asocials, aka people who didn't conform to norm, to also be targeted by the Holocaust. Without conformity, the fascist regime would fall. Yes, they need people to fall into line. And the ability for music to be resistance, to be, revolutionary, is counter to the goals of a fascist regime. Yeah, what the fuck do they think Pink Pony Club is? I'm just imagining all these... I'm just imagining all these like nasty, scary ass looking people at Mar-a-Lago truly look like they're out of my worst acid trip. Just all blown up and stretched and just creepy. They just look fucking creepy. Singing to Pink Pony Club.
Refusal, that beautiful, messy, imperfect refusal is something fascists can't write, never own, never legislate against, and they can never dance to it.
The
the government have any purpose, Frank?
Yeah, it has a number of purposes.
What is it?
I'm not going to give you a civics lesson here, but I'll tell you one thing. We must not see eye to eye on the idea of a government that must forbid things in order to
Really?
protect
What is the
families.
government's role? You've told me several times.
How about national defense?
Yeah, I consider this national defense, pal. Our families are under attack from people like you with these lyrics.
John, you don't have to buy them. Could I make a statement about national defense?
Yeah.
The biggest threat to America today is not communism. It's moving America toward a fascist theocracy. And everything that's happened during the Reagan administration is steering us right down that pipe.
That was great. Really appreciated that. If only you love black people like you love black culture is something that lives in my head at all times. Art is not a mirror held up to reality, but a hammer with which to shape it. Yeah, there's also something especially dullard about about other countries standing Trump. I'm talking Canada. I'm talking around the world where you got these little Trump rallies where it's like, y'all, you're not even America. Donald Trump is an American politician. It really is so cringe. It is so embarrassing. So glad you checked it out. Thank you for sending. That was great. My name is Mega. Thank you for the 14 months. Shia Beef, thank you for the prime. Syndical Llama, thank you for the 3 months. MAGA being just a global symbol. My God. Yeah, it really is giving cult of personality. Okay. What did I have next for y'all? Hum. Okay, got a couple stories here. I want to talk about Teen Vogue, which is devastating. Super duper devastating. Okay. Go with the flow. I have to pee, so while I'm peeing, you guys can listen to was the biggest Deadhead. I asked him once how many concerts he'd gone to, and he said he stopped counting after like 250 or something like that. But yeah, my dad loved the Dead so much, and when I was a kid, I was just not into it. I thought they were boring. Every time we were on a road trip, we would listen to the Dead the whole time. And my dad really tried to make me into a tiny Deadhead. And I wasn't into it until later in college when I was in my weed smoking era. And I just started listening to the Dead. And I was like, oh, wait, I get it now. Concert tickets being cheap enough to see 250 plus shows. Yeah, it was like a nickel. But anyway, there's pictures of my older sister Liz as a baby in Grateful Dead, in like a Grateful Dead shirt in a field. My dad taking his little tiny baby to go see a Dead show when she's still crawling. I see Fish a lot. I get it. Yeah, I think a lot of people who are fans of one usually like the other as well. Okay, so this is from the heart of me. So anyway, the reason I'm playing some Dead is because Donna Jean GODCHAUX died. She was the lead female vocalist in the 70s. Her and her first husband, I think he played keyboard. And she was just really influential on the Dead sound in the 70s, and then ended up leaving. Her and her husband left in 1979.
They
I could not find a vid because she's credited as backing vocals. Yeah, I kind of struggled as well finding recordings that I wanted to listen to on stream of Donna Jean, but there's just a little taste for you. So if you're a Grateful Dead fan, shouts out to Donna Jean. If you don't know the Dead, but maybe you've heard some songs, maybe you've heard songs where a woman sings, that's who she was. That's who she was. And I just really, it was funny because when I was younger, I always remember liking, this is how I describe it, I like the songs where the girl sings. That's what I would say to my dad. Be like, I like the songs best where the girl sings. I don't know. I couldn't vibe with Jerry's voice when I was younger. In the way that I really loved Donna Jean. Your dad is one of those people. I don't know how he found the time to go to 250 plus Grateful Dead shows and finish medical school plus residency. Because my dad didn't go to medical school until later in his 20s. He also took time off from college after he was in a really bad motorcycle accident. And then he went and was like, I think he was living in Tahoe and just gambling and going to, so he started going to Dead shows in the 70s when I think he was in high school. And my dad's dad died when he was really young. And then his mom was just busy working. And so my dad was pretty much on his own. So I think he was just going to like Grateful Dead shows. Was your dad a hippie? Yes, for sure. My dad is the quintessential. I don't know. He's so smart. Like he was such an amazing doctor. He's retired now. He was an amazing, amazing doctor. But I also do not understand how he became a doctor. Severe brain damage that left him disabled, like truly, and did a bunch of drugs and was a groupie for the Grateful Dead. Dropped out of college for a year. No idea how he became a doctor, had 5 children, is a wonderful dad. What kind of doctor? He did rehabilitation. So let's say you're in an accident, you need to learn how to re-walk. My dad would help you learn how to re-walk. Truly built different. Built different. Yeah, that was another piece of dad lore is one time he dumped out a bag that had gambling chips, and there were like 100 plus individual gambling chips. And I went, "Oh, did you just not cash chips one day?" And he said, those are all from individual casinos. Each chip that he had collected, he took them. He was like, I don't know. I just want to show you kids one day. I was like, why? He had an individual chip from every single casino he had gone to. I swear, dads have some real crazy lore. Invite your dad for a podcast or something. Sometimes when I stream, my dad is on stream. He's always a good time. Hey, Caroline, it was cool meeting at TwitchCon. Hello, welcome in. My dad does that also. He's well over 150 of them. What is that? Why? Anyway, I will forever be grateful that I have a great dad. I'm like, I keep going. I had a great dad. My dad is still alive. I have a great dad. And it made it so I recognize that my relationships, like the men that I have ended up with in my life, are very much so because I had a great father figure. I did not have daddy issues. Thank God. A lot of people have daddy issues. I know. I did not have daddy issues. When's the Papa Kwan and Cutie Cinderella baking stream happening? One of these days. My dad recently told me he was part of the Communist Party in Paris. I was like, no way you hid that for all these years? Crazy lore. Just casual drop. Just casually like, oh yeah, I was part of the Communist Party in Paris. Now, some of y'all got mommy issues and daddy issues. And to that, I say best of luck. I think if I were to have one over the other, I have mother issues. Okay, let's talk about Teen Vogue because this is truly, truly devastating news. Truly, truly, truly so devastating. So if you recall, around 2016, when Donald Trump became president for the first time, Teen Vogue really refashioned itself and started pumping out really great progressive journalism. There were like straight up socialists writing for Teen Vogue. And of course, Teen Vogue has always been catered towards young people, in particular teenage girls. And as far as like mainstream journalism goes, for the last decade, Teen Vogue has produced, in my opinion, some of the best and still found a way to be culturally relevant, to be appealing to their young readers. Like millions of people were reading Teen Vogue. And the news came out today that Condé Nast is folding Teen Vogue into Vogue's website. So there will no longer be Teen Vogue. According to people who work there, they have said that there are not going to be any politics writers, which fucking blows. Not just because of the great work that Teen Vogue was doing, but because of what this represents as far as a sign of the times, as far as this continued crush of journalism that is at all radical and progressive and has the ability to speak to young people. 0 Black women left on staff. Yeah, it's really shitty. And it just also is representative of how a lot of media that specifically has catered to teens is drying up. Like there is hardly any left. Teen Vogue was one of the last bastions of media that was written for teens, and in a way that also treats teens as human beings capable of critical thought, and how that's gone now. And it just feels like teen media, teen oriented places, websites, wherever, have just been drying up. There was just so much interesting journalism that was coming out of Teen Vogue that even for somebody like me, as a 30-something-year-old, I was out here reading Teen Vogue because of the fact that they had employed a lot of great writers and writers who were able to, as I said, still be culturally relevant while also like disseminating progressive politics. Okay, so let's take a look here. The union representing writers at Teen Vogue is slamming the youth-focused publications merger with the Vogue website and raising concerns about impacts on staff diversity and political coverage. In a statement obtained by The Hollywood Reporter on Monday, Condé United and parent union, the News Guild of New York, said they strongly condemned Condé Nast's consolidation plans for Teen Vogue. The labor group claims the move was clearly designed to blunt the award-winning magazine's insightful journalism at a time when it's needed the most. Also, make no mistake, Teen Vogue has been popular. Teen Vogue has plenty of readers. It's not like it reached a point where no one was reading Teen Vogue, and so there was no point in continuing in continuing with the publication. This really clearly does seem like a move to crush progressive, diverse, insightful journalism. Vogue announced that the 22-year-old brand would be folded into the flagship brand's website on Monday. Though the title is set to continue as a distinct editorial property, the magazine's current editor-in-chief, Varsha Sharma, is leaving the company, and Vogue head of editorial content, Chloe Malley, will take the reins. In a statement, Malley said she was dedicated to continuing and supporting its point of view and sensibility. The announcement added that on Vogue.com, Teen Vogue will focus on career development, cultural leadership, and other issues that matter most to young people. That just feels like an insult, too, to young people to pretend that they don't care about politics. That it's like, oh, these cultural and political issues that are no longer of interest to young people who have been interested in them, which is why they have been reading Teen Vogue. The newsroom union claims the change is throttling staff diversity and muting the magazine's progressive political bent, which we have really seen across the industry. Management plans to lay off 6 of our members, most of whom are BIPOC women or trans, including Teen Vogue's politics editor, continuing the trend of layoffs at Condé disproportionately impacting marginalized employees. The organization stated, they added, Teen Vogue now has no writers or editors explicitly covering politics. When I say this is devastating news, this is devastating news. It's just such a fucking shame. It's so bleak. Who owns Vogue? Condé Nast. The groups continued. As of today, only one woman of color remains on the editorial staff at Teen Vogue. Established in 2003, Teen Vogue began as a fashion and celebrity-focused publication under the director of former Vogue beauty director Amy Astley. Its first cover star was Gwen Stefani, followed by Beyonce 1 month later. The clothes on display weren't all couture, but they did represent an aspirational lifestyle. It was common to see individual items priced at hundreds of dollars from Prada's subsidiary Miu Miu or French luxury label APC on the magazine's pages. The magazine's focus took a turn under the leadership of former editor Elaine Welteroth, who was named editor-in-chief in 2016. This is when we were still in woke era. The publication amped up its coverage of politics, immigration, labor, and climate change. Even after Teen Vogue ceased print publication in 2017 and Welteroth departed a year later, its site kept jumping into the fray on President Donald Trump, the war in Gaza, even progressive New York mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. In their statement, Condé United and the News Guild of New York vowed to get more clarity on Teen Vogue's trajectory moving forward. Condé's leadership owes us answers, and Teen Vogue's readership. We will get those answers, and we fight for our rights as workers with a collective bargaining agreement as we fight for the work we do and the people we do it for. Teen Vogue just covered Zohran Mamdani 3 days ago. Now they're shutting them down and closing their political coverage. This cannot be a coincidence. No, it's not a coincidence. They are seeking to suppress the last remnants of real insightful mainstream progressive journalism, especially Teen Vogue being a journalistic outlet that was specifically to appeal to young people, to teenagers. It's in the name, Teen Vogue. And it doesn't mean that like only teens are reading Teen Vogue, but Teen Vogue has always been catered towards teens. And what we've been seeing is a real real moves in censorship, in curtailing the information that young people are exposed to, understanding that young people get their information online, whether they're reading publications online or they're consuming via TikTok, YouTube, etc. The internet plays a big part in young people's lives. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. So here is their full statement. Here's the union's full statement. The News Guild of New York and Condé United strongly condemn Condé Nast's consolidation plans for Teen Vogue, a move that is clearly designed to blunt the award-winning magazine's insightful journalism at a time when it is needed the most. Management plans to lay off 6 of our members, most of whom are BIPOC women or trans, including Teen Vogue's politics editor, continuing the trend of layoffs at Condé disproportionately impacting marginalized employees. In its announcement today, Condé management said, as a dedicated pillar on Vogue, Teen Vogue will focus its content on career development, cultural leadership, and other issues that matter most to young people, according to the publication. Teen Vogue now has no writers or editors explicitly covering politics. There was no mention in the announcement of the coverage that has earned Teen Vogue massive readership and wide praise from across the journalism industry. Gone is the political, cultural criticism of the fashion and cultural industries by the Black women writers laid off today. Gone are the incisive and artful depictions of young people from the Asian and Latino women photographers laid off today. Gone from the lauded politics section is the work that made possible the blockbuster cover of Vivian Wilson, one of Condé Nast's top performing stories of the year, coordinated by the singular trans staffer laid off today. Nearly all of these staffers identify as LGBTQ. As of today, only one woman of color remains on the editorial staff at Teen Vogue. Condé's leadership owes us answers, and Teen Vogue's readership. We will get those answers, and we fight for our rights as workers with a collective bargaining agreement as we fight for the work we do and the people we do it for. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like Teen Vogue was one of the last publications. It's like they took Teen Vogue. They've now taken Teen Vogue. But over the last decade, the really amazing work that was coming out of Teen Vogue that is now no longer going to exist. And just also how this is yet another example of stamping out diversity, of like, we just we made progress in getting trans people into editorial positions, of, you know, diversifying and having more women, more Black and women of color, and how a lot of these initiatives have been crushed, and people who are getting fired at these publications, that they are valuable voices in journalism. And, you know, another example, Karen Attia, who was fired from the Washington Post because of the Charlie Kirk bullshit. And she also had a course that was very popular at Columbia University, and the university decided to end that course. The attitude being very anti-diversity right now, anti-progress that marginalized people have made. Okay, so this is Lex McMiniman. I was laid off from Teen Vogue today along with multiple other staffers, and today is my last day. Certainly more to come from me when the dust has settled more, but to my knowledge after today, there will be no politics staffers at Teen Vogue. As my fellow Teen Voguers come over here, I'll be sharing their accounts, throw them a follow, offer them work. We'll be launching a GoFundMe or something similar soon. This is a post that they reposted. I was laid off from Teen Vogue this week alongside multiple other phenomenal team members. At our summit, I was asked how it felt to be one of 2 black women left and what that meant for representation. Now there are no Black women at Teen Vogue, and that is incredibly painful to think about. Teen Vogue was and will always be a special place, and I'm so disheartened to see so many talented creatives and editors lose their jobs. And just looking at a couple of these comments here, I'm 16. The political pieces on Teen Vogue helped increase my political awareness this past year, so thank you. I hope you and your coworkers can get hired somewhere soon. I'm in my 30s and I was still learning from them. Just bummed for all of us that they killed it. I hope the writers all find success elsewhere. I'm in my 50s. I just found out earlier this year that Teen Vogue had more journalistic integrity than the Washington Post or the New York Times. This sucks. I'm sorry. I'll be looking for that GoFundMe and also hoping that they put something together like the Colorado Sun did a few years ago. Yeah, so a lot of people, Lex, the trans person they just fired, was the one who wrote the article about Baldoni. It's not subtle at all that they were targeted. Ugh. Here we go. Hell yeah. Please understand it's less to do with anti-diversity. Oh, you mean when we have a current president who's like DEI is racist against white people? You mean as like corporations who are capitulating to the president saying that we're going to get rid of our diversity initiatives? You mean that's not anti-diversity? You mean when they blame the issues of the airline industry on there being like gay and black pilots? You think that's not anti-diversity? It absolutely fucking is. Do you think fascism likes diversity? It's more like these people are easy to fire, saying they are destroying. Oh, easy. Why are they easy to fire? Wait, why? Teen Vogue enjoyed a massive readership. It absolutely has to do with erasing progress that has been made. Progress as far as newsrooms being more diversified, having more progressive voices, having, say, trans editors, writers, black women running publications, deciding having the ability to shine a light on people and issues that previously have been ignored, having people, the right people, to report on those kinds of stories. Sig Fenmill, thank you for the 3 months. So anyway, a lot of people today on the timeline are really, really devastated about the news regarding Teen Vogue. They're about to kill everything that made Teen Vogue interesting. What a terrible move. It is terrible. Teen Vogue took young people seriously. It's impossible to overstate how important, how rare, and how profoundly needed that is. Yeah, I think that's what I'm trying to impress upon y'all, is how Teen Vogue was not just producing interesting work. It's that it was their attitudes towards their young viewership, where not only did they never lose sight of being a publication that was aimed towards young people, but they took them seriously. They produced work in the realm of art and fashion and culture and politics, and trusted young people to be interested, trusted teenagers to be interested in all of this stuff. Between the mergers with Vibe and Rolling Stone and now Teen Vogue and Vogue, I'm actually deeply exhausted with the state of journalism and how such talented writers are given the short end of the stick. And this is why more and more writers are having to turn to Substack, especially progressive writers. Like if you are, if you're willing to write on behalf of the establishment, if you're super pro corporate billionaire pushing reactionary views, there's a job for you. You have people like Barry Weiss who are taking over CBS. The new editor-in-chief, no experience whatsoever. My feed right now is just testimonies from every young journalist who managed to flourish in this industry thanks to Teen. Oh, that was the other thing too, is that Teen Vogue was a place where young upcoming writers really got to cut their teeth, where writers who otherwise would have had issues, you know, getting hired at other mainstream media places were able to find a home in Teen Vogue. And they had, you know, they had the reputation, the name status. And so a lot of writers who I've seen mourning the news today have talked about the fact that Teen Vogue is what gave them an opportunity. I feel so bad for teens as well. I know, I do too. The other devastating thing about the death of print media is all the good paying union jobs that Offset Printing employed. It's a huge chunk of the manufacturing sector that will never return. Yes. We now know that the Teen Vogue fold is more than an absorption and clearly a full shift from the pub's DNA, laying off the entire politics team a day before the NYC election. Like, the fucking mayoral election is tomorrow. And they just announced that there are no more politics writers. Teen Vogue is no longer. It's heinous and a knife to the back of a brand that has solidified its importance for youth. Devastating. They should fold Vogue into Teen Vogue. I rarely give my 2 cents on this platform because trauma, but a generation of young digital media professionals got their start at Teen Vogue and were able to advance in their careers because of a Teen Vogue byline, and that's a fact. Save your Teen Vogue articles into PDFs now. Yeah. Depressed at the Teen Vogue news, there's going to be nothing left for youth and teens to reach for when they are curious about news and issues, whether it's about fashion or politics or pop culture. Yeah. I mean, look, you will always have the Caroline Kwan Teen Vogue. May this be a home for young people who are interested in culture and politics and want to be taken seriously and want to be treated as curious human beings. This is the new Teen Vogue here. I mean, I've referenced a lot of Teen Vogue articles here on stream. I read we looked at the Vivian Wilson Teen Vogue cover, that interview that she did. Queen Vogue. Queen Vogue. I mean, honestly, that's kind of my bent here. The vibes of Teen Vogue, now not explicitly geared towards teens, but just the way that Teen Vogue combined culture, pop culture, progressive politics. That's very much so the vibe that I try and do here. So, but this is the thing. It's like people going independent, people finding other ways to disseminate their progressive politics because these mainstream publications are all falling the fuck apart. Look at poor man's resub message. It's time for me to make banana bread, and what better ingredient to use than subscribing? Here is $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. Banana bread sold separately. Poor man, thank you for the 3 months. Also, speaking of content creators and influencers, this is a report out of Reuters. So this is Reuters Institute, and they basically did a deep dive mapping news creators and influencers in social and video networks. And guess what? Guess what? 85% of top news content creators are men. Shocking. Shocking. I didn't see how they break it down here. The big takeaway was that men just dominate. They do. I know. No way. Timmy, thank you for the 12 months. Okay, so let's just look at it's a really, really long report. I was looking through it earlier today. Okay. Pew Research finds that around a fifth of adults in the United States and more than a third of under 30s now regularly get news from so-called creators or influencers, with the majority of these saying that the way these personalities present the news helps them better understand current events and civic issues. Okay, we know that. We know that more and more people, especially young people, are getting their news, are understanding current events through people talking about them on the internet. Also, so-called is very funny. Creators are also having an increasingly important political impact, with Donald Trump courting popular YouTubers and podcasters such as Joe Rogan and the Nelk Boys in the run-up to his 2024 election victory. The recent murder of activist and podcaster, sorry, calling him an activist. I guess he's was an activist for white supremacy. And the coverage of the aftermath reminds us of the critical role these personalities are now playing in shaping both public opinion and political narratives. In other parts of the world, politicians such as Macron, Albanese, Sheinbaum, and Starmer have also been taking notice of these trends, incorporating social media influencers into their media strategies, prioritizing interviews with TikTokers and YouTubers, as well as inviting them to government briefings. Elsewhere in countries where press freedom is under threat or where debate in mainstream media is restricted, we have seen creators and influencers playing a different role, providing a much-needed source of critical or alternative views. In this report, we aim to show how the trend towards online and social media news influencers is developing in 24 countries around the world. Okay, and then let me skip down here. So there's 4 different types that they broke this down into. Part one is the news. There's commentary. This is the most frequently mentioned category represented in their data. Generally describes online political chat show hosts such as Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Russell Brand. Okay. The vast majority of creator-led commentary is produced by men. You know how they say women be talking? Women just won't shut up. When it comes to the internet, men be yapping and men be dominating. Many of the biggest names in political commentary, such as Ravish Kumar in India, Julian Reichelt in Germany, and Piers Morgan in the UK, used to work as journalists but are now highly critical of the mainstream media. In the United States, the vast majority of political commentary comes from creators who self-identify on the right and are supportive of Donald Trump. So globally, men dominate. In the United States, the vast majority of political commentary is, as we know, coming from the right. When we see those breakdowns, all those various, bubbles in the web of political commentary, it is vastly, vastly skewing to the right. Okay, and then news and investigation. So examples of creators and citizen journalists who break news or conduct detailed investigations across countries. These are often on matters of great public interest that have been poorly or inconsistently covered by mainstream media. Palestinians reporting from Gaza were well represented in our lists, among them Motaz Aziza, former aid worker whose footage during the early stages of the conflict was widely shared. This is probably the area where creators are making least impact compared with well-resourced traditional media, though networked investigators such as Bellingcat have pioneered open source approaches verification. Okay, then there's explanation. Creators who explain the news in simple and accessible ways, often for younger consumers. Hugo de Crypt is the poster child for this type of content. Still in his 20s, he's the most mentioned French news creator or journalist in our survey, has over 7 million followers on TikTok, 5 million on Instagram, far more than even the biggest legacy news brands on these platforms. This category of creators is taking attention away from traditional media, which often struggle to connect with younger audiences, but arguably they're also providing societal value by helping to educate people about politics and current affairs. This group also has a more symbiotic relationship with the mainstream media. It's essentially remixing mainstream content and is much less hostile towards such media than political commentators. Okay, and then specialism. These are individuals who work in a specific niche. They actually mention Taylor, internet culture. Many specialists are former journalists who have left big media companies so they can devote more time to their chosen subject. Taylor Lorenz previously covered internet culture for the Washington Post, but left to run her own Substack and podcast. She's been outspoken about the constraints of mainstream media and the benefits of a creator lifestyle. Fabrizio Romano is one of the best connected sports journalists in media and regularly breaks news about football transfers. He has 25 million followers on Twitter. Holy fuck. And over 2 million subscribers to his YouTube channel. In addition to former journalists, we find lawyers, academics, doctors, personal finance experts, and crypto fans building very powerful and specific communities. Wait, what is Here We Go? Is that Fabrizio? Does he say Here We Go? Specialists bring a passion to their work that is often shared by their audience, and this helps them monetize their work through subscription, membership, donation, or personal appearances. Okay, so here's some examples that they list. Commentary, often partisan, mostly men. People like Tucker Carlson and Russell Brand. News and investigation, people like Johnny Harris or Raza Grafi. Explanation, which is decoding and simplifying news, people like Hugo Travers or Covey. And then specialism, building niche businesses, people like Fabrizio Romano or Taylor Lorenz. And then there's part 2, which is news adjacent creators. This is a broad range of creators and formats that are more fun or entertaining. Some of these rarely talk about news and politics or do so in a humorous way. But the size of their audience, which is often larger than those in the first section, and the trust and the authenticity that they've built up can still have a powerful impact on political debates. Do you mean gamers who call themselves apolitical and yet are constantly pushing reactionary views? Okay, so satire and comedy, infotainment, gaming and music. In most countries, we find younger people paying attention to gamers and esports streamers on platforms such as YouTube or Twitch. Ibai is a Spanish internet celebrity streamer, 20 million followers on Twitch. Holy shit. And 13 million on YouTube, known for bridging digital content with mainstream culture, interviewing high-profile athletes, entertainers, and global influencers. I'm trying to figure out which category I fall in here. Oh, yeah, I'll post this. Here you go. Rezo is a German musician and podcaster who mostly talks about lighter subjects, but made an influential viral video about how traditional politics is failing young people. He's also spoken out against the rise of the far right in Germany. Lifestyle. This category indicates how broadly many people now interpret news. Effectively, it means anything that is new or interesting to them. These areas have some of the most followed creators on the internet, especially in Brazil. Virginia Fonseca, fashion blogger, has 53 million followers on Instagram, 39 million on TikTok. God damn. Are you not infotained? Yeah, do I fit into the gaming the gaming category of news adjacent creators? I'm a gamer who sometimes does politics. I'm from Germany. Julian Reichelt used to be editor-in-chief of Bild, Germany's biggest newspaper. He got fired in 2021 after abuse of power allegations. Now he runs NIAS and a YouTube show called Achtung. Reichelt. Most people don't take him seriously anymore, but he's still hyped by the right-wing crowd. Sick. Cool. I've seen you play Minecraft. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so examples, satire and comedy. You have Brozo or Trevor Noah, also John Oliver. Infotainment, interview celebrities, people like Alex Cooper, Stephen Bartlett. Gaming and music, people like Ebi or Rizzo. Lifestyle, relationships, fashion, religion, Virginia Fonseca, Ria Rhesus. Okay, and then let's skip down here. While most individuals get a handful of mentions at most, in a few countries we find personalities and news creators who are much more frequently mentioned by survey respondents. Looking at the publicly available follower counts of some of the most popular names is another indication of their wider impact. Some of the most popular news creators reach millions of followers across platforms. These include those who provide commentary, such as Rogan and Carlson, Drew Vrathi and Ravish Kumar, infotainers such as Leo Diaz in Brazil, and explainers such as Dylan Page in the UK. But these numbers are very much the exception. The majority of news creators lie in the long tail, providing regular value to a particular audience, perhaps burning brightly for a while before losing traction. In smaller countries, even the top news creators struggle to reach 1 million subscribers on individual platforms, with average plays for video typically in the tens of thousands. I mean, that's also true. It's kind of crazy that Hassan has not been mentioned in here. Maybe he is somewhere down the road. But it could also be because he still is not as big as the ones that they're mentioning here. Hassan fell off. Hassan is obviously one of the most prominent leftist internet voices. He's the biggest leftist Twitch streamer. I don't know how he compares to other platforms, because I'm not on other platforms, and I don't know I really don't know what's happening on TikTok and YouTube. As far as, apparently YouTube is the number one place where people are wait, I was reading here. Let me make sure YouTube is the most important platform for news creators. Okay. News creators and personalities tend to be men. In analyzing the most mentioned individuals in social and video networks across 24 countries, we find that the vast majority, 85% of the top 15 in each country, are men. In Canada, the entire top 15 list is made up of men. The Philippines, Philippines, had the lowest proportion of men in the top list and the highest proportion of female news creators and journalists. I'm very curious about this. I wonder why the Philippines is the exception, where the highest proportion of female news creators and journalists is in the Philippines. Maybe I need to go to the Philippines. Pinoy gang up top. Okay, wait, I was going to say something as far as how the majority of people still have a specific audience, right? It's the exceptions. It's a handful of individuals who have the reach of millions of followers. And I wonder, I guess I'm curious to see what's going to happen down the line as more and more people consume their news from the internet, as more people get into internet content creation who are doing news and commentary. I wonder if those numbers if it will keep being that the ones who are the biggest names, who have massive followings, will just keep getting bigger, and everyone else kind of stays very local, I guess, to the niche audiences that they have culminated, or if more people are going to, I guess, be gaining bigger followings because they're doing news via the internet. We do see the rise and fall of many right-wing grifters. That is true. But also we do see this constant surge in people who do the whole right-wing arc. In comparison to streamers like eBay, in terms of audience numbers, the reach is very different. Like I'm curious. So, okay, if you look at Twitch, if you look at leftist politics on Twitch, it's Hassan by far and away. And he's who I think the mainstream really only knows as a politics streamer on Twitch in general, because I don't think other streamers who are to the right of Hassan have really gotten the notoriety and attention. Like Asmongold doesn't get profiled in these same mainstream publications, even though Asmongold was like the 6th most searched name on YouTube. As far as recognition in the mainstream, there really doesn't seem to be any other political streamers who probably have as much recognition now as Hassan does. But also Asmongold doesn't do politics. He doesn't. He's apolitical. Anyway, my takeaway from this is, how do we have less men? Chris Borkowski, thank you for the tier 1. Jen, thank you for the 8 months. How do we have less men who are dominating as news creators and personalities? How do we even this playing field a little bit? Okay, I have always believed that people will seek out male news creators because there is this inherent bias against women. And I think people view men as a voice of authority, as more, I think as more legitimate than women covering the news. And I think that's true. I think from media company standpoint, there is a limit on charismatic authority as a concept. For one, if media coverage relies on newscasters' personality, it can grow an audience to a point, but might not be as successful in growing as a venture, covering more things, and longevity is wildly limited. It needs to shift to sustain itself. Political commentary is particularly prone to male-dominated presentation, with hosts often talking with other men into very large microphones. I think that's also what it is too, because men will platform other men. All of these podcasts, it's all dudes. It's all dudes just talking with other dudes. Just microphones and dudes. Not surprisingly, audiences for this content also tend to be male, but not exclusively so. By contrast, a significant proportion of top lifestyle creators are women with predominantly female audiences. Right, where it's like, oh, well, lifestyle is not serious. That's not serious stuff. So the ladies can do that. In analyzing the audiences that pay attention to both news creators and mainstream news brands, we find that the key difference is around age. Under 35s who use social media are more likely to consume news from creators than from mainstream media. Those 35 and over pay more attention to mainstream media than creators. But I think as time goes on and as the younger generations age into the 35 and over, it's going to just be, of course, more and more people who are consuming their news from creators online than from mainstream media. do we do about having actual white nationalists on the platform? Try and drown them out. Try and get people to see that white nationalism is fucking stupid. I'm a journalist myself, and my female coworkers constantly get emails and DMs from random viewers and readers about how they look today. Did you look fat, too slutty, too reserved, too much makeup? Maybe they have a mole that looks wrong. My male coworkers and myself have never ever gotten a single one of those emails or DMs from viewers, and they get them all the time. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The focus on women's appearances. Wasn't there a study that men literally don't hear women speaking as much as male speakers? Like we tune it out. I'm sure there's many studies. Okay, yeah, we have to make it less profitable for white nationalism to thrive on a platform like Twitch, because if you remove the profit incentive, if you remove the white, pro-white nationalism brings in a big viewership, then there's going to be less people who are doing that, because a lot of these streamers go, oh, wait, if I say these things, good viewership, because the current environment is providing an incentive for this kind of speech. It's flourishing right now. They also assume women speak most of the time when they speak 30% of the time. Yes. Whenever there's okay, what's your perception of how much, say, this female candidate spoke during the debate? People will think it's way more than what was actually the reality. Luke, thank you for the 8 months. Okay, so YouTube is the most important platform for news creators. While Facebook remains an important platform in general, it's video platforms such as YouTube, as well as networks with a high proportion of younger audiences, that tend to be the most important spaces for creators. Overall, we find that X and YouTube are the most important platforms for political commentators. YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram are often favored by creators who explain or simplify the news, though this is largely a function of the younger audience for this type of content. Representation. So in conclusion, representation is another important issue in the creator space, with our data showing that male perspectives tend to dominate, especially in the field of political commentary. Putting together our top list of individuals across countries, we find that 85% are men. In most countries, we also find that right-leaning commentators heavily outnumber left-leaning ones overall, but also that in politically polarized countries, audiences are often exposed mainly to creators that align with their own views. Yeah, so what we also need we need more people who are not explicitly political commentators, but who culturally are going to be progressive. People like a Vanilla Mace, right? Vanilla Mace does not do politics, but Vanilla Mace is like, clearly she falls to the left. And so having, or same with like a Will Neff, a Will Neff, or a lot of examples of creators who don't do politics, but if ever they mention anything, speak on anything, or just the general vibe that you get is that they are progressive. And a lot of what we're seeing right now are these apolitical content creators who are taking advantage of the current right-wing environment and are getting involved, are like pushing reactionary views because it's profitable. Normalizing being visibly leftist without making everything a political conversation, for sure. Like, I will never say all of these creators need to be doing politics. I don't believe that at all. But what I do think is important in order, like, what is a representation of the culture is having popular creators who, if you were to ascribe any politics to them, you'd be like, oh, they give off the vibe of being progressive, right? They're not out here. They're not out here subtly or not so subtly pushing right-wing talking points. And I think that's also from creators being morally consistent, being principled and exhibiting that through the content and whatever they do on these platforms. In my opinion, that's incredibly difficult to build. We can point to a handful of women creators while there are legions of apolitical male streamers. We need the men in these spaces to speak more to create space for women to not be such shitheads. Yeah, I think there it's just such a boys club vibe everywhere, in politics, not in politics. And I think this is something that both creators and then viewers can help with, supporting female creators, and then also platforming female creators, collaborating with female creators, ensuring that women aren't being lost in the sauce here. I actually think that's why these people that were gamers that lean too hard into the right-wing politics talk are eventually falling off. People generally get exhausted hearing about politics and want their creators' original fun content back. Mm-hmm. I also think creators need to be brave and stand for something, not actively avoid politics. Things are so bad and they look so out of touch when they don't touch it at all. Well, I think okay. You can be political without like discussing and breaking down politics. And what this comes down to is the fact that, look, a lot of creators, especially on Twitch, they are like engaging in pop culture by either playing video games or just, for the most part, the things that they're doing on their streams, which fall into the realm of popular culture. So there's a way to express that you have good politics by not, like, you don't have to cover whatever's happening in Congress. Like that is something that a political commentator would do, break down the day's news. Peach is so good. Yeah, Peach is great too. Peach is not explicitly a political commentator, but someone who makes it known what she believes in and who she stands up for. For sure. And I think, Butterstains, I don't disagree with you. I think that disappointment is totally fair. And I think during times like these, I think there is this need, this want to have more people making it clear that they have good values. Somehow AI made him uglier. Very impressive, honestly. What is happening? Dude. If AI can do anything, it is make everything worse. When you work as a journalist, it's also extremely common that your editor puts the female journalists on the softer jobs. They can't do politics. That's men's job because it's too hard and complicated for women's brains. They mostly send the women out to do journalistic portraits about some new upcoming singer, write about the new burger spot on the corner, or the new reality show on TV. Politics has always been seen as the men's job when it comes to journalism. Yes, where it's like woman brain couldn't simply understand politics. I mean, this is something that I experience. People who are like, she is so stupid, she couldn't possibly understand anything she's talking about because she's a woman. There's just she's no authority. Why don't you stick to your little gossip, your little drama? Because you couldn't possibly talk on serious topics. That's a man's job. TBH, it feels like female streamers aren't allowed to be funny or flippant because it becomes dangerous if people get overly sensitive, so women end up being very well-spoken, kind of dull. Well, no, I think it's also the attitude of like, women aren't funny. That's another thing that is everywhere. And when women express any type of humor or have a real like in-your-face personality, then it's a problem. Women can't be sarcastic. Woman brain could not possibly produce anything truly humorous. And what you'll see is that sometimes it's the exception rather than something that's just the case, which is that there are plenty of women who are very, very funny. Women are absolutely capable of humor. Or women streamers are only popular because of their looks? Oh, yes, that women streamers have it easier because they just put their tits out and boom, huge viewership, millions of dollars. There's that attitude a lot as well, which is that it's harder for men because men don't have tits, because men can't sexualize themselves for viewership. Yeah, which exactly. You look at it on the reverse, which is that male streamers are allowed to be ugly. Male streamers are allowed to be, out here looking like little gremlins. Speaking of men, big L for Justin Baldoni. Big L for Justin Baldoni. So, the latest news in the Justin Baldoni versus Blake Lively case is that Justin Baldoni has officially had his $400 million countersuit ended. Because this was always bullshit. It was always fucking bullshit. From the get-go, Blake Lively was sexually harassed alongside other female employees on set of It Ends With Us. And it got to the point that Blake had to call for a meeting with Justin and the other producers and co-owners of Wayfarer, which is the studio that produced It Ends With Us. And then what happened from that is Justin Baldoni essentially freaked out that he was going to take a reputational hit, that people weren't fucking with him already because of what happened on set. So he employed the PR team that pulled Johnny Depp to victory. And he assumed that he could run the playbook back, that he could engage in smearing Blake Lively. And, well, he's learned that he fucking lost. That Blake Lively has too much money, has too many resources, and was able to win these very important legal battles, which included him filing a $400 million defamation countersuit. And that was formally ended by a judge. So District Court Judge Louis Lyman signed a new order stating that Baldoni and his Wayfarer Studios co-plaintiffs had failed to file a further amended complaint after the court dismissed their case back in June. The judge said he'd contacted all parties on October 17th to warn them that he'd be entering a final judgment to conclude the case. According to a document reviewed by People, Lively was the only one to respond, asking the judge to declare the final judgment, but for her request for legal fees to remain active, which the judge agreed to. The U.S. District Court didn't immediately respond when contacted by People for additional information. Baldoni's setback is the latest in the It Ends With Us legal saga, which began in December when Lively sued him for misconduct on the set and a retaliatory smear campaign. And here's the thing. If they had not engaged in this smear campaign against her, which was very effective, it worked. It was very effective. Then Blake Lively would not have sued him, Jamie Heath, and Wayfarer. Because the main reason for the suit was the retaliatory smear campaign as a result of Blake filing a complaint on set, calling for that meeting due to the inappropriate conduct that Jamie Heath and Justin Baldoni were conducting on set. As previously reported by People, Baldoni's $400 million countersuit against Lively, her husband Ryan Reynolds, and their publicists, which alleged extortion and defamation, was previously tossed out by the judge on June 9th, as well as his $250 million defamation lawsuit against the New York Times. He has lost. He's lost. Like, it's so fucking over for him. Lively then shared a post on her Instagram stories in which she opened up about the pain she'd been caused by Baldoni's countersuit. Like so many others, I've felt the pain of a retaliatory lawsuit, including the manufactured shame that tries to break us. While the suit against me was defeated, so many don't have the resources to fight back. The actress added at the time that she was now more resolved than ever to continue to stand for every woman's right to have a voice and protecting themselves, including their safety, their integrity, their dignity, and their story. And that's the truth, is that most women, they don't have the money and the resources that Blake Lively has. And so when they are sexually harassed at work and then subsequently retaliated against, cough, cough, exactly what Andrew Cuomo did. Exactly what Andrew Cuomo did. Which is why if you vote for him, you're a piece of shit. Most women don't have this ability to fight back. And so it's a lose-lose situation for them. With love and gratitude for the many who stood by me, many of you I know, many of you I don't, but I will never stop appreciating or advocating for you, she wrote, sharing a list of organizations for relevant resources and information. Her lawyers also hailed the decision as a total victory and a complete vindication for the actress. In their statement after the dismissal news, Lively's attorneys Esther Hudson and Mike Gottlieb noted, as we have said from day one, this $400 million lawsuit was a sham and the court saw right through it. Meanwhile, Baldoni's lawyer Brian Friedman said in a statement obtained by People on June 10th that Lively and her team's predictable declaration of victory was false. Friedman's statement included at the time Friedman, who has previously sued Justin Baldoni, he was on the opposite side with a situation that involved a disabled writer who Justin Baldoni had stolen a script from. This case is about false accusations of sexual harassment and retaliation and a non-existent smear campaign, which Miss Lively's own team conveniently describes as untraceable because they cannot prove what never happened. Actually, there's plenty of evidence. Pointing to a California law passed in the wake of the Me Too movement, Judge Lyman ruled in June that Lively's sexual harassment allegations were legally protected and couldn't be used as grounds for a defamation claim. So this was a really important law that passed in California and essentially aimed at protecting victims of sexual abuse. So what happens often is that a victim of, say, sexual harassment at work comes forward, makes a complaint, and is crushed by a defamation suit or is threatened by one. So either the person who they have accused, especially when it's in a situation where the accused has a lot more power, a lot more money, they will threaten legal action to silence victims of sexual misconduct. Or if it gets to a point that they actually go to court, it is very expensive to fight these kinds of legal battles. So they get crushed either way. They'll end up signing, they might end up signing an NDA, which is now not allowed, but this is not in every state, but they sign an NDA. They have to take a deal where essentially they will be compensated for pain and suffering, but they are not allowed to speak on anything. And then, they'll face retaliation. They'll be fired from their jobs. They'll be blacklisted. This is what happened to Harvey Weinstein's victims. It's crazy to me how well the smear campaign worked. For so many months, I saw so much hate towards Blake. It's crazy. It's because it's tried and true. It is a tried and true method of delegitimizing claims that often a woman makes towards against a man. And because of how successful it was in the Depp versus Heard case, we have seen this repeatedly now with these major cases involving celebrities, but also non-celebrities. Furthermore, Baldoni and his fellow plaintiffs associated with production company Wayfarer Studios have not alleged that Reynolds, publicist Leslie Sloan, or the Times would have seriously doubted Lively's initial claims, which doesn't prove they defamed Baldoni, the judge previously wrote. The trial is set for March 2026.
Blake Lively's rich. I don't care that she's powerful. I don't care that she was rude to that interviewer. I wouldn't care if Blake Lively was the devil incarnate. I still wouldn't think it was okay for a man to sexually harass her at her job. What's not clicking for people? I could hate your guts, and I still wouldn't want a man to sexually.
And that was a big part of the smear campaign, was trying to paint Blake Lively as a bitch, right? As a rich, privileged lady, in Hollywood who honestly deserves to be treated poorly, deserves whatever happened to her. Like, people would straight up go, I don't care if she was sexually harassed because she's an awful person. Or just not even believe she was sexually harassed because they were so convinced that she was the problem. And so you have this woman who of course would be lying in order to ruin a man because she's a horrible person. And that, of course, is the myth of the perfect victim. That is very harmful, and that is still prevalent in our culture, where people believe that there is, first of all, such a thing as a perfect victim, and that if you do not qualify as a perfect victim, then abuse you've experienced is not to be taken seriously. Then you deserved it, or that it never happened.
Harass you. And you're right, Blake Lively is not average. She's very rich and she's very powerful. And
it wasn't just Blake Lively. And that's the other thing, is that the detractors will be like, oh, well, if, why haven't any other women spoken up then? But then when other women do speak up, or when there are witnesses on set, which just, I think it was a couple days ago, there was news that I read that a makeup artist who was on set of It Ends With Us attested to witnessing inappropriate behavior. But Blake, because of her power, she called that meeting and said, I am not going to continue production on this film if these things don't change. And she was speaking on her behalf and on the behalf of other female employees who had experienced inappropriate behavior and were uncomfortable at their place of work.
This was still able to happen to her. So what do you think is going to happen when it happens to you? Justin Baldoni sexually harassed Blake Lively on...
What do you think will happen when it happens to you? You don't have the millions of dollars that Blake Lively has. You don't have the power and the privileges that she and also Ryan Reynolds, who she's married to, that they, you know, together, the ability to file a lawsuit like this, to fight this legally for the last year, which by the time we get to March of 2026, it will be a year and a half. And think about everything she still went through, and think about how easily people turned against Blake Lively because you had content creators and you know, the same people who monopolized during the Heard Depp case, monopolized on being anti-Heard, on pushing a pro-Depp narrative. They monetized off of this, who were doing this shit again, and how easily people went along with it. I legit saw paid TikToks taking Baldoni's side, and none of these people will ever say that they were wrong. They will never walk it back, because that's not the point here. The point is not to be truthful. The point is not to actually push a narrative that aims at revealing the truth of a case like this. It's about views. It's about monetization. And so none of these people will apologize. They won't walk it back. They just move on. Same with Depp Heard, people who pushed harmful smears and false information. You just move on.
Set, and then when she complained about it, he retaliated against her by ruining her reputation with a devious PR team. And sure, she has a lot of money to fight it, but there will still be people like you finding any excuse to defend them.
Don't make Caroline talk about the DoorDash again. Do not make me talk about the DoorDash situation again.
As women, we need to start having solidarity with women who come forward about this stuff, because it can happen to you.
Yes, it can happen to you. It does happen. It does happen to regular women all the time. And I think the DoorDash situation is a perfect example of that. Same thing is happening already with Millie Bobby Brown and David Harbour. All the shit hitting the fan now since he and Lily Allen split. Yeah, I've been seeing that stuff. I've been seeing it. Anyway, I wish I could say this is the last time that a smear campaign of this type will be effective. I wish I could say that the playbook has burst into flames and will no longer be used by abusers, but unfortunately, I don't think that's the case. So what needs to happen here is that people stop falling for astroturfed smear campaigns. What did you say about Justin Baldoni stealing a script? Yeah, so Justin Baldoni's lawyer, Brian Friedman, once sued him for stealing a script from a man who had cystic fibrosis. And that was the crazy thing too, is like, as this case went on, there was more information coming out about Justin Baldoni that pointed to his character and his character being that of a shit fuck. And it still didn't matter. It was still like every single thing that came up. Oh, no, none of this is worthy. None of this is noteworthy of pointing to the fact that Justin Baldoni has been problematic. It didn't matter that he has previously been sued by someone whose script he stole who had cystic fibrosis, that he was removed from another production set that Wayfarer was the producing studio on for inappropriate behavior. Like, just none of it matters when the purpose is in the message being woman liar, woman bad, man victim of movement like Me Too, man victim of lying woman, men always victim of lying women. I take your point, but for the record, my timeline was, well, I don't know what, that's a rarity. Things have started to change, I will say. Things have started to change. I don't think this had the longevity that Depp and Heard had, but absolutely in the beginning, and then the New York Times story came out. In the beginning, there was so much anti-Blake Lively because it was astroturfed, because it was being inorganically pushed on platforms like Reddit. Like, the reason that it was there is because it was an organized smear campaign. It was like, oh, any posts that were anti-Blake Lively were being bot farms were, upvoting those on Reddit, and anything that was pro Blake was being squashed. So this is the kind of thing that we're talking about with these smear campaigns, where it's playing on organic cultural misogyny, but it is still also inorganic because it's utilizing bots and it's utilizing places like Reddit in order to push a narrative. And then what I saw a lot of is the only people who were hardcore covering the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case were people who either are right-wing commentators like Candace Owens and Brett Cooper, whatever her name is, who shifted to become pop culture news commentators, and one major avenue for them was Lively versus Baldoni. And then also apolitical content creators who were incentivized to push a pro Baldoni perspective. Would you say the same or similar campaign is active in regards to Kaya Gate? Yeah, that was absolutely a manufactured smear campaign that was being pushed, that was being uplifted by major right-wing figures who have a political incentive to deplatform, to destroy the reputation and credentials of Hassan. So 1000%. Remember this lady interviewer? Yes. This woman, Kirsty Fleeja, whatever, she took full fucking advantage. Full advantage. She went from, who the fuck is this woman? Okay, so this clip of her in an interview where Blake seems like a real bitch. And people were like, oh, I feel so sorry for this interviewer. And she went, ooh, I can totally monetize this. And for the last year has been pumping out pumping out videos that are anti-Blake Lively, and she's been rewarded with the viewership. If you were to go to YouTube and you put in Blake Lively versus Justin Baldoni, same thing when Rachel Zegler was being thrown under the bus for the failures of Snow White. I swear to God, like 95% of the top videos on YouTube were all anti-Blake Lively, anti-Rachel Zegler, because most of the people who are doing this type of content are going to be either they skew to the right. Okay. They are skewing to the right, and they know now what is lucrative. They know which narrative to push that is going to be it's going to produce the most value for them. The whole astroturfing has become crazier than it used to be. It feels like they've added pushing regular content creators to comment on it to their repertoire. There's a YouTuber I enjoyed watching because he just did some regular artistic stuff, and I just unsubbed from him because he commented on Kayagate when he had literally never done anything about it. Yes, and that was the other thing, is like because what was overwhelmingly on the internet was Hassan Piker's an animal abuser. This one specific narrative that a lot of people who either, okay, here's the thing. There's a spectrum. There's people who intentionally know, and yet they push it anyway. And then there's ones who, it was the same thing with Depp versus Heard, where they're just picking up whatever they're consuming on their timeline. They're maybe not really looking into it that closely. They don't care, whatever. And it's whatever is the overwhelming narrative being pushed across their timeline that then they will adopt. Person whose opinion is whatever they see. Yes. Also, the fence sitter that does know better but gets scared when he feels any sort of heat. Yes, it's people thinking, okay, this is what my audience wants me to say. This is what everyone else is saying. It's trust, y'all. Trust. There are plenty of motherfuckers on YouTube, on Twitch, who they go wherever the winds are blowing. Okay? They go wherever the winds are blowing. And they make a determination. It's giving Cynthia Revo. They make the determination of whatever is the dominant side. Whatever is going to be the safest, surest bet for them to place. I would rather somebody just be like, I don't know anything about this. You don't have to say something. You don't. But when something is popping the fuck off, of course you're going to have people be like, whoa, what do you think about this? What do you think? Do you have any thoughts? It's like not everybody needs to give a take on everything, which I think we've forgotten. I think we have forgotten of this concept of you don't have to have and voice your opinion on everything that's popping off, especially if you know not of what you speak, and especially if you are just catering to what you think your audience wants you to say or whatever you're seeing, whatever is the popular sentiment. I think it's hard for young people to not fall for that herd mentality, but for adult people with platforms, use your brain. Anyway, I know a lot of people aren't really paying attention to this anymore, and especially when it felt like just there were so many lawsuits and there was so much this and then that, and I just beg you, please, it's important to understand that for cases like this, if you take the attitude of, I think they're both bad, they both kind of seem shitty, what you're doing is siding with abusers. You are contributing to our culture where we still do not take victims seriously, where we still where we still there is so much power, where men have so much power, and where victims of sexual misconduct are not taken seriously and are punished when they come forward with accusations. So this should remind you too that Blake Lively, ultimately, if you compared their standing as far as like celebrity status, Blake is a bigger celebrity than Justin Baldoni. Blake is also married to Ryan Reynolds, who is very famous. Them as a power couple in Hollywood. A lot of people looked at Justin Baldoni and went, he's a victim because of that. But what they're ignoring are the power dynamics that exist because Justin Baldoni is a man who's being accused of sexual harassment by a woman. And that still plays an important part. It's definitely not a both sides situation at all, but that's a lot of times what the attitude will be, especially with these celebrity cases where people kind of just hate, as much as we live in a celebrity worship culture, people also hate celebrities when it's stuff like this, where they'll be like, oh, both these people suck. Or like, oh, just rich people suing each other. Oh, these celebrities are all, who cares? Who cares? Just because there are sides to the story doesn't mean they all deserve equal weight. People are very stupid. Yeah, they are. And I talk about these types of things because I need people to understand that if this can happen to Blake Lively, a white, wealthy, famous, incredibly privileged woman, then think about what happens to people who are not Blake Lively. This happens every single day. Every single day. And also because if you are a person who, I don't know, maybe you're an asshole. Maybe you're an asshole. That doesn't mean that I think you should be sexually harassed at your workplace. And if that were to happen to you, I would say that is wrong. And nothing else matters aside from the fact that it is wrong and should not be allowed that you were sexually harassed at work. And to say, and to try and qualify it, to try and be like, oh, well, look at this tweet or look at this clip. They really look like a jerk. What you're doing is providing cover for that abuse to continue, for us to still live in a culture where we blame victims, where you better be a fucking angel if anything happens to you. And even if you're the rare person, we have found the rare, perfect person, the one perfect individual. Guess what? People will still find a way. People will still find a way to find imperfections. So there's no such thing as perfection. I'm speaking to a good big lawyer friend right now, and she's convinced this lawsuit drop is not a very big deal, and the Lively Reynolds spin machine is working overtime as they pretty much own People magazine. Baldoni is the real victim. I don't know. I mean, I think an important part of this whole story is the meeting that was called. The meeting that was called in order for Blake to agree to continue production on the set, and how there was a list. It was like 30 different things that were mentioned at this meeting. And she made Ryan come because she's like, I don't think I'll be taken seriously. So I need to have my big famous husband here. And that she also specifically mentioned that it wasn't just her, it was other employees on set. She made Ryan attend. She made Ryan attend. Did People magazine drop the lawsuit? That makes no sense. No, it's like, okay, this is also being reported, and this is being reported in other publications. It's not just People magazine. Yeah, so I would say Do you think the New York, like he lost, the suit against the New York Times was dropped. The judge determined that the New York Times acted, within their journalistic ethics and standards, and did not publish the report that they did in order to defame Justin Baldoni. So like he also lost that that $400 or $250 million defamation lawsuit against the New York Times, or not last. It was tossed out. It was tossed out because the judge looked at it and was like, yeah, this is bullshit. But what happens is if it's not Blake Lively, if it's like you or me and we're being threatened with a $250 million lawsuit, you know what we're probably going to do? We're probably going to drop it. We're probably going to be like, okay, I can't face this, because the legal fees, and it doesn't matter if eventually the suit, I mean, it's important that the suit eventually gets dropped because there's no basis. There's, it's illegitimate, but it's that people can't afford to take this kind of stuff on legally. I just want to know how to argue this better. Well, that's why I told you, like, I think pointing to that meeting that they had, that is broken down in the New York Times report. I just think the New York Times report, I don't understand how you read that and go, Justin Baldoni's a victim. And then you can also point to other instances that demonstrate the type of person he is. Cause it's like, okay, we want to do this character. Let's do this character analysis. Okay. So there have been other instances where he's been sued for either, whatever, stealing scripts from people, from a person with cystic fibrosis, or being previously removed from other production sets. Didn't he and his team hire people? Yes, they hired. He hired Johnny Depp's PR team. People spreading smear campaigns now know that in its most basic form, flood the zone works. They can spread as much misinformation as they can in many places as they can. They can win the court of public opinion when used in combination with dark vote, can even win you a presidency. Yes, the court of public opinion is important, and that was demonstrated in Depp versus Heard. The public played a major role. So I think the best way to break this down is that Blake Lively was not suing Justin Baldoni because he sexually harassed her. She ended up having to sue him because of the subsequent retaliatory smear campaign. So it was not, I'm going to sue this. I'm going to claim that he sexually harassed me and then sued him. It was, we had issues on set. We called a meeting. And then, because Justin Baldoni worried about what would happen if this got out, what would happen to his reputation, Blake Lively is a big name. He hired a team, and that team then conducted a smear campaign, and it was very effective. And people started to turn against Blake Lively. Now, notably, members of the cast, author of the book, Colleen Hoover, people were standing by Blake Lively. And it was noticed too in the press for the movie, where it was like, why is Justin Baldoni by himself? Why is Justin Baldoni by himself? And then in comes the smear campaign, and it starts to mold the narrative into, well, it's because, Justin Baldoni was being bullied, was a victim of Blake Lively, blah, 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 blah. But I think this is something that people need to understand. She was not suing him initially for sexual harassment. Now, that is absolutely something that I'm saying, like, if that happens to you, you deserve justice, right? You deserve for that, first of all, not to happen to you. But if it does, that the person who did that is held responsible. But it was because of the smear campaign that tarnished her reputation, that affected her business, her livelihood, no pun intended, and the public perception of both her and then also her husband. Tag PR was spearheading the smear campaign for Jess Baldoni. Guess who's the majority owner of the firm? Scooter Braun. Always at the scene of the crime. It's hard to tell what the truth is immediately. I tend to not believe most things online straight away, but generally whenever I see a female celebrity just being hated on for being a woman, aka some weak reasoning, I just think, oh, this again. And I hope, essentially, what I hope this does is people stop. People stop next time they start seeing a lot of stuff cross their timeline that's like, fuck this woman. And I hope they go, okay, wait a sec. We've been here before many times. I'm going to wait a second. I'm going to see where this is coming from. I need more examples of PRs and smear campaigns because fuck, this is crazy. I mean, I covered this one as well, but Pedro Pascal. When all the like dokes memes of, I just know Pedro Pascal is a pedophile, but I can't prove it yet. Or like Pedro Pascal is a sex abuser. Pedro Pascal is creepy to women. There was this big, during the press run for Fantastic Four, we started seeing a lot of anti-Pedro Pascal shit. And that was being pushed heavily by major turf accounts. I pointed out some as an example because Pedro, calling him an industry plant, because of his politics, and because also, even though we don't know his sexuality for sure, he has never publicly stated it, so I do not want to state anything as fact, there is reason to believe that Pedro Pascal is queer. And so being a potentially queer man who constantly advocates for issues like, Palestine and the trans community, and that he has gained a lot of notoriety. He's one of the biggest movie stars in the world. He's in tons and tons of stuff. I know J.K. Rowling was behind the smear campaign. I just can't prove. Well, certainly turf accounts with like 300,000 followers who are constantly retweeting J.K. Rowling were pushing a lot of this shit. Potentially Queer would be a sick podcast name. Hey y'all, and welcome back to Potentially Queer. I mean, honestly, I feel that way for a lot of people. It's like potentially queer, Maybe you just don't know it yet. Indubitably. Potentially a bit fruity, Also, incels not understanding the concept of a woman being comfortable around him because they've never experienced that. Yes. It was one of the rare smear campaigns where a man is at the center of it, and yet the reasons for it still being the same. Like a lot of people who were saying about Vanessa Kirby, like she's pregnant and married, aka she's the property of her husband. How dare she and Pedro Pascal be canoodling, be hugging each other and holding hands. And then they were pushing AI videos. AI also played a big part in this as well, where they were circulating videos of Pedro Pascal just like making out with Vanessa Kirby. Always comes back to the patriarchy. It does. Yes. It was like, oh, no possible way could women feel comfortable around Pedro Pascal. And then despite the fact that there are plenty of videos of his male co-stars like grabbing his hand, hugging him, kissing him. Nope. Nope. There's no possibility of platonic friendship. Nothing. It's so gross. Taking away her agency, their right to friendship, their own relationship boundaries, twisting Pedro Pascal's motivations and intentions. Right. Because it is this mentality that Pedro, who I guess they view as a straight man, Pedro, a man with a woman, that they can only have a relationship that is sexual. Can't a brother be homosexual in peace, right? Come on. Come on. Okay. Alrighty. Ooh, I feel like we kind of blasted through stuff today. What else do I have left here? Ooh wee, Mr. Krabs. In happier news, Jonathan Bailey is the sexiest man alive. He's the first. Wait, Jonathan Bailey is the first openly gay man to be sexiest man alive. If we allowed gay men to be sexiest man alive, that is how we don't end up. That is how we don't end up with Blake Shelton. That is how we don't end up with the Blake Sheltons as the sexiest man alive. And instead, we get actual sexy men. Wow. That is, oh, I can't believe it's not Keith Urban. I keep laughing at every story I see that's like, Keith Urban just couldn't handle Nicole Kidman's sexual reawakening. Who is he? So I think a lot of people got to know Jonathan Bailey via Bridgerton. He plays Anthony Bridgerton, the eldest Bridgerton brother, but he plays Fiyero in Wicked. He was in the latest Jurassic Park film. Yeah, he's so charming. He's so gorgeous. This is a perfect choice. It's like, man, when we put ourselves in a box of only straight men qualify for sexiest man alive, we run into problems, okay? We run into some issues. Or like how for, you know, or discounting all of the gorgeous men of color out there, because why would we need them when we have Blake Shelton? Why? Jonathan fills in the blank. I have an irrational fear of snakes. They really freak me out. At a party I can't wait to leave. Every guy should have a gay friend. People are always surprised when I do a backflip really badly. My game plan for getting older is to embrace it all. I do think every guy should have a gay friend. I think that's true. What were you like as a kid? I was really enthusiastic, probably quite annoying, hard to calm down. I don't think I ever thought of myself as sexy as I grew up. Well, now he's the sexiest man alive. Yeah, he's so Gorgina. Are you kidding me with this dog? Are you kidding? Are you kidding? He's so hot. I swear to God, in my life, I always fall in love with gay men from when I was a child. From when I was a child, my early crushes all being gay men. In high school or in junior high, my celebrity crushes, gay, turning out to be gay. In high school, me having crushes on men who turned out to be gay. What does that say about Will? Well, I think I'm drawn to Will because Will is flamboyant, because he is so, you know what it is? I think straight men have always made me uncomfortable for the most part. Now that I'm older and I have, for the first time in my life, straight male friends, and I do appreciate them. And I just recognize that for most of my life, straight men felt so uncomfortable in how they operated, and I just never knew how to connect with them. It was basically like, I don't know what we can talk about. I don't know how to connect with you on a level that like I need to connect with people. And I think I was drawn to Will because he felt so comfortable in his own skin and wasn't afraid to, like, I don't know, wasn't afraid of anything. Called being secure in his masculinity. Yes, and I think that is a very sexy quality. When you as a straight guy are secure in your masculinity, and like you don't care what is dictated to you by society. You'll paint your nails, you'll wear glitter, you'll embrace your feminine side, like you just have fun. And you have a confidence that you don't have to prove. Not that maybe you're not still insecure in ways that we all are, but there's a difference. Like, we know that difference of men who are secure in their masculinity versus those who are always trying to prove it. As a man, I can confirm straight guys are scary. I always preferred hanging with the girls. Yeah. I just always connected with women and queer people. That's who I always, that's who my people were. But now I'm in my 30s, and through the friend group that Will and I are part of, a lot of great dudes. And I do think it's important now to like nurture relationships for me with straight men, so that I don't have this attitude of like, oh my God.
I do think that everyone could.
There's no good men out there. Like, there are good men. And I think, you know what it is too? I think when you're a woman, at least this is how I felt, and I think a lot of women feel, is that you're not safe around men. And I think a lot of the trauma in your life being that as a result of straight men. being traumatized by men. And so I think not feeling safe is a big part of it. A woman married me. I'm still surprised. Yeah. I mean, it's honestly a wonder. It is a wonder. It is a wonder that women deal with a lot at the hands of heterosexual men, and yet will still choose to trust, will still choose to have relationships, and not view every single man as capable of causing them harm, I guess. Well, not capable. As like they will cause them harm.
Benefit with being just a little less heteronormative. Like if you're a straight guy, I think ultimately don't play at being gay. Embrace the fun parts of being gay. And I think not only will it open a whole different group of people to you, but you'll realize that things that you think are exclusively gay are things that you can enjoy in your normal life and still be whoever the you are in your hetero safe normative way. I think there are a lot of young straight men who deny themselves a lot of fun and a lot of mental space because they're so worried about being perceived as gay. Give an example. Grooming. Shave your nipple hair, you gross straight. I do think that everyone could benefit with being just a little.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, it must be exhausting to be performative all the time. Like you are limiting yourself. You are limiting yourself by being performative in your masculinity, by having this machismo, just must dominate mentality. You know, it's like, take care of yourselves, value hygiene, smelling good. That's all good stuff. Do things that will make your life actually better and not what you think you're supposed to do. Yeah, don't listen to men on the internet who are telling you how to be a man if their advice on how to be a man is essentially no fun. It's make yourself fucking miserable because all you're doing is performing this very rigid version of masculinity. That sounds awful. I'm gonna keep it a buck. If I were a straight dude, that seems like a very sad, miserable existence. Wash your ass? Yes, please. Everybody wash their ass.
I've been waiting in the lobby for almost an hour. You said you'd be right there.
Teresa.
Everybody wash your ass.
I'm so sorry. We are a little understaffed, and truthfully, my head has been in a million different places. Can you forgive me? I'm here now. Please, what's going on?
The psychologist spoke to me about becoming a petitioner to place David on an involuntary psychiatric hold. But
yes.
Can that be anonymous?
No. To call a 302 in the state of Pennsylvania, the petitioner needs to admit to having witnessed the
I miss Dr. Robbie. I need this show to come back so badly.
concerning behavior, and you need a physician and a social worker to sign off, which both Kiara and I can do.
You want to know also why Dr. Robbie is so sexy? Because he's kind. Because he's a kind, empathetic man who cares. Truly, it's so simple. It's so simple that empathy and kindness are very sexy qualities. Very hot.
What if I'm wrong?
Then you apologize. And we will help you explain that this came from concern for his safety. What if you're right?
What if I become a petitioner? What am I doing to my son?
You are trying to get him the help that it sounds like he needs. David lost his father. That would affect anyone. But we are failing young men because we don't teach them how to express their emotions. We just tell them to man up, and then we let them get their lessons in manhood from toxic podcasts. And these young men then feel isolated from themselves and society, and they find community and comfort in all the wrong places. David needs help. We don't want to fail him too.
I've been waiting.
Yeah, it's really nice to be able to genuinely connect with people. It's something that we all need. We need connection. We need kindness. We need to feel like we can just be. Like we can just be. That's my fucking doctor too. I want to watch The Pit so bad, but I can't handle so much blood. I'm missing out. Yeah, I mean, there's an episode where there's a straight up birth. There's a straight up birth, and they get up in that shit. It took me a while to just be, but and it can be hard. It can be hard when you spend your whole life thinking you need to perform in a certain way. And then when you just allow yourself to exist and to, there's a peace with that. There's a peace. My BF mentioned how it's hard sometimes with men friends when they don't take your issues seriously and just joke about it rather than listening. I mean, yes, this is the common problem that men feel, men lacking in having close connections where they can't express their emotions with other men, that they essentially rely on if they are, if they have a female partner, they have a girlfriend or a wife that they can tell things to. Yeah, everybody needs to be able to express themselves. Kagger, thank you for the 31 months. Thanks for the space and being so fabulous. Oh my God, thank you. It's funny how it's such a common experience among trans femmes about their hypermasculine era right before transitioning and how it's often the most miserable time in their entire lives. Yeah, they're like, wait a second. I don't want to be doing this. This is not making me happy. What would you rate The Pit out of 10? 10. Fucking love that show. That's why they tend to offload everything to the nearest female friend. They don't talk amongst each other. Yes. It's like women be talking. Okay, men be talking too, but just not about things they should be talking about. How about that? Men be talking, men be yapping, but maybe not in the ways that they should. And here's the thing too. Men love to gossip. They do. I know this because I'll text Will and be like, I got some tea for you. And I know he's excited, or he'll text me and be like, wait till I fucking tell you what I heard. Yeah, tea sesh. Yes. Yes. Okay, everybody loves a little goss. Everyone loves a little tea sesh. My dad's the biggest gossip girl I know. My dad loves to hover when he doesn't even know what the hell is happening. When my mom and my sisters and I are talking about something, but my dad will be hovering and trying to figure out like what's going on. What are the girls talking about? As a trans femme who's still pretty masked, growing up around other boys was always so awkward. It was like LARPing and trying so hard. Even now in toxic or potentially dangerous places, it's like playing a part. And genuinely, I think the reason that homophobia and transphobia festers is because a lot of people, even if it's not like they're secretly trans or gay necessarily, but it's that feeling that they are so uncomfortable in themselves and would never do anything about it. It's like that insecurity, and somebody who's trans, who's taking steps to be outwardly, themselves, and to be trans and to live in their identity is something that a lot of people in our society, they aren't comfortable within themselves, and they repress, and they just it's just this inability to be comfortable in their own skin. I really do believe that. I really do believe that people will look at other people who have embraced who they are and have been brave, have been courageous in in not allowing society to dictate their life for them. And that is a freedom. That is true freedom. We talk about being free. There's a lot of people who cage themselves, or who allow a cage to exist around them, and they pretend that they're free, but they're not. We love you, Caroline, but you're speaking pure facts. I love the but in there, which would signal that it's like, we love you, but we love you, Caroline, but you're right. No offense, but you're spitting facts. Yeah. Okay. The last thing that I wanted to just briefly talk about is I wanted to briefly talk about Diane Ladd. Another Diane that we have lost. So Diane Ladd was a 3-time Oscar nominated actress. She was nominated in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, the film where Ellen Burstyn won the Best Actress Oscar, which a lot of people feel torn about because that was also the year that Jenna Rollins was nominated for A Woman Under the Influence. Ellen Burstyn is phenomenal in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, but Jenna Rollins in A Woman Under the Influence is such a singular standout performance, and she unfortunately never won. Ellen Burstyn should have won for The Exorcist. Jenna Rollins never was honored with an Academy Award for a performance, and I think her work in A Woman Under the Influence is just next level. Anyway, so I just kind of like to tie things together, because when I talked about Jenna Rollins after she passed, talked about A Woman Under the Influence. So Diane Ladd, who has just passed, who was the mother of Laura Dern, Academy Award winner Laura Dern, who was also previously married to Bruce Dern. She was nominated for Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, for Wild at Heart, and Rambling Rose. And actually, fun fact, that's most John Cassavetes performances. Yes, true. Fun fact, Rambling Rose is the only film to have dual Oscar nominations that are mother and daughter. So Laura Dern was nominated for Best Actress in Rambling Rose, and then her mother, Diane Ladd, was nominated, they're in the film together, was nominated for Best Supporting Actress. There have been other mother-daughter Oscar nominees like Goldie Hawn, and Kate Hudson, Janet Leigh and Jamie Lee Curtis, Ingrid Bergman and Isabella Rossellini. Not all of them won, but at least nominated. But this was in the same film. The same film that Laura Dern and her mother Diane Ladd were both nominated, which is crazy. This is wild. And then she also starred with her daughter in Wild at Heart, which is the David Lynch film that has Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern, and they play lovers on the run. And Diane Ladd plays the Southern ex-beauty queen who is kind of insane and hires a hitman to kill Nicolas Cage, who is dating her daughter, who's played by Laura Dern. It's a wild film. And I think it's also the film that really gave Diane Ladd a stage to show off what she can do. She is, she's a big improviser. And there's a scene that I want to look at from Wild at Heart, which is totally, totally improvised. And David Lynch loved it so much. He's like, this is so mad. And it's in the movie. It's in the movie. Shy, what's up, Shy? As someone stuck in a fuck-ass man body that's trans and testing she, her on top of my they, them pronouns, I hate being perceived as a threat to women and fellow queer people. It fucking sucks. Oh, Shy. We love you, Shy. We love you, Shy. Okay, so let me just read this Hollywood Reporter profile on Diane Ladd. So Diane Ladd, the high-spirited actress who earned Academy Award nominations for her fiery performances in Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, Wild at Heart, and Rambling Rose, died Monday. She was 89. Bruce Dern, still alive. My amazing hero and my profound gift of a mother passed with me beside her this morning at her home in Ojai, California. Her daughter, Oscar winner Laura Dern, said in a statement to The Hollywood Reporter. She was the greatest daughter, mother, grandmother, actress, artist, and empathetic spirit that only dreams could have seemingly created. We were blessed to have her. She is flying with her angels now. A no-nonsense Southern belle, Ladd blended strength, vulnerability, wackiness, and charm throughout her career. Married to Bruce Dern for 9 years, starting in 1960, and a second cousin of Tennessee Williams, she was a member of a true show business dynasty. Ladd was in her late 30s and had appeared often on television and on the stage when she landed a breakout role tailor-made for her talents. Flo, the sassy, blunt waitress with a towering hairdo in Martin Scorsese's Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore. And apparently she had, called up Martin and was like, I don't care if you pay me. I don't care. Whatever it takes. Like, I want to be in this movie. She was straight up like, I will do this for free.
I can tell that you're new to this kind of work. But you catch on real quick. Most of them out of that door by 10:30 in the morning crying.
Thanks a lot. I might blow my brains out.
You don't like me very much, do you?
So this is a film about a woman named Alice, who's played by Ellen Burstyn. And after her husband dies, she and her son leave their small town and they make for California, where they are in pursuit of a better life. And they spend most of what little money they have. And so Alice ends up taking a job as a waitress at a local diner. And Flo, who's played by Diane Ladd, is one of the waitresses there who she ends up bonding with.
Not very much, no. Honey, that's okay. I've been dumped on by kings in my time.
I don't doubt it. Look, Flo, I really don't need anybody making speeches for me, so I would appreciate it if you'd just leave me out of your jokes, okay?
Jokes? What jokes?
Well, the little routine you do for the fellas, just leave me out of it.
Well, honey, I sure would hate to have breakfast with you every morning of my life.
Don't have to worry, there's not much danger of that. God, I hate that place. I said I would hate it, and I was right. I hate it. But I earned $17 in tips today. Not bad, huh? And Mel said that I'm sure I'd do better in a week or so.
How long do you think we'll have to stay in this hellhole? Quit it, Mom. Quit it, Mom. You better stop.
What the hell? This film was also Marty's. This film was his first commercial success, but I also think it's probably his most overlooked film. A lot of people don't realize that Martin Scorsese directed this. I think when they think of Martin Scorsese films, they think of Goodfellas, Taxi Driver, Wolf of Wall Street, Departed, those types of movies. But yeah, I think Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore is, I think it's really one of his best. It's one that focuses on women, on working class women, which we don't really see a lot of in Martin Scorsese films. And yeah, it's a unique one in his oeuvre. I love that for a moment when Jurassic Park was going to premiere that Diane Ladd also had a dinosaur film premiering as well. Carnosaur, so both mother and daughter were having a friendly competition. Love both movies. I'm sure they had fun making them. Yeah, it's kind of amazing that they were in two major films together that made up two of Diane Ladd's Oscar nominations. I just think that what an incredible, unique experience in life to get to act alongside your child. It's so cool. What a dream. Okay, so Diane stars in that in 1974. Ellen Burstyn as the title character may have been the star, but Ladd received the film's biggest laughs. Her delivery of such lines as "Kiss me where the sun don't shine" and "I could lay under you, eat fried chicken, and do a crossword puzzle at the same time. That's how much you bother me," had audiences howling. Equally effective, however, were her exchanges in which she softens and befriends Alice. The movie is filled with brilliantly done individual scenes, Roger Ebert wrote in his review of the film. Alice, for example, has a run-in with a fellow waitress with an inspired vocabulary, played by Ladd. They fall into a friendship and have a frank and honest conversation one day while sunbathing. The scene works perfectly. Scorsese cast theatrically trained actors and encouraged them to ad-lib. The scene where we're sitting outside with the sun on our face, that was improvised, Ladd said in a 2014 interview. My father's name was Preston Paul, so when I said, "My daddy's Pee-Pee, and don't call me Pee-Pee because I'm all you're in," that was a line he used to say that I threw into the movie. So a lot of things like that Marty let us bring to the table. Her knack for improv was instrumental in her getting the part of the deranged Marietta Fortune, the domineering but emotionally damaged mother of Lula in Wild at Heart. Guided by director David Lynch, Ladd had a field day with Marietta, who tries to seduce her daughter's boyfriend, played by Nicolas Cage. When he rejects her advances, she plots her revenge. Ladd squeezes her juicy role with steam-sealing zest, Peter Travers wrote in his Rolling Stone review. "No tongue, my lipstick," says Marietta as Johnny tries to steal a kiss. So here's a couple scenes.
Sailor ain't.
Okay. So in this scene, let me recall. In this scene, Marietta is talking to her sometime boyfriend here, and she wants him to kiss.
All right. Now, you listen to me. I want what's best for her, too. I'm going to do everything I can to bring her back home, all right?
Okay, and then the lipstick scene, which is probably the most iconic scene from the film. And this was entirely improvised. So the story goes that they were about to film this scene, and Diane Ladd's thinking was, so this is a deeply damaged woman. It's also kind of the film is kind of Wizard of Oz-esque, where she's like the Wicked Witch of the West. But Diane Ladd viewed this lipstick that she had in the scene as like a patriarchal oppressive tool, because at the time they were starting to, so this was in the 70s, or sorry, not in the 70s. This was in 1990, and they were really kicking into high gear associating makeup and sex. So a lot of the advertising campaigns for lipstick and for makeup were very sexualized. So she had this idea that the character that she's playing would smear lipstick all over her face as a way where she's like, I'm trying to save my daughter. I'm also trying to reject this world that has so limited me. Anyway, I'll just play the scene, which she's just losing her mind.
Johnny.
So crazy.
You're there, Johnny.
Yeah? What's wrong, man?
Johnny, sweetheart. Well, yeah, I'm going to tell you. Listen, honey, listen. I want you to know something, sweetheart. I've done something so bad. Real bad.
What?
I'm not going to tell you on the telephone, no. I'm going to come to New Orleans tomorrow, and I'm going to tell you in person. Okay?
Marietta, don't you do that to me, honey. You'd freak out if I did something like that to you. What is it?
No, I'm not going to tell you on the phone, okay?
Am I supposed to laugh or scream? Kind of both. So it's just very Lynchian. It's very Lynchian to be like, this is so bizarre. This is so bizarre. It's so absurd that it's almost comical, but also horrifying, very scary. Yeah, so the character is just, Diane Ladd decided, the messaging around lipstick and makeup is, if you use this, all of the men will come running to you. Like, this is the way that you attract men in this world. Who are you without your lipstick, without your eyeliner, without your powder? And so she, prior to this, has hired the hitmen boyfriends to kill Sailor, but when it's a whole plot thing, but essentially the mobster boyfriend that she hires is like, oh, I'm also going to take out the private detective boyfriend who she had asked to kill Sailor. So she's like, oh my God, this is just, everything is falling apart. So she's just like losing her mind, but the character, like, rather than slicing her wrists, you can see she kind of mimics it with the lipstick and then puts it all over her face like it's also blood. Yeah, it's very deranged. One of his more straightforward films. Yes. Okay, and then last clip. This is the film that the two of them did together. This is Rambling Rose, which I've actually never seen. Playing opposite her daughter once again in Martha Coolidge's Rambling Rose, Ladd received her third Oscar nom, this time for portraying the well-educated, eccentric matriarch of a Southern family turned upside down when the troubled, sexually promiscuous Rose, played by Dern, also nominated, is hired as a servant. Ladd anchors the film with her character's thoughtful and caring attempts to aid the troubled young woman. At the Academy Awards, she lost out to Ingrid Bergman of Murder on the Orient Express in 1975, to Whoopi Goldberg of Ghost in 1991, and to Mercedes Ruehl of The Fisher King in 92. So this is the clip from Rambling Rose of a young Laura Dern. This is prior to Jurassic Park. So this is pre-Jurassic Park Laura Dern.
Yes, dear.
You gonna get your master's degree pretty soon?
Yes, pretty soon, dear. When I finish my thesis.
What you studying right now?
History, dear. American history.
Is that the story of this country? Just like the story of a person?
Exactly.
You must have a wonderful brain.
Rose, darling, you work too hard. Why don't you go sit down somewhere and have a nice refreshment?
After all Ewan has been doing for me, working hard's nothing. Oh.
I know. I love Laura Dern. Is she listening to an audiobook? No, that's actually an old school hearing aid. Isn't this amazing too that Laura Dern will always have these films that she performed in with her mother that will live on?
Yes.
Is it true you were an orphan?
Yes. After the age of 7, I was.
Me too.
Yeah, so just a little taste there of Diane Ladd's range and films that she was in. In 1958, so this is John Carradine, who's one of the most well-regarded character actors of all time, who's also the father of the Carradine children, lots of actors in this family. He had spotted Rose, hired her for his national company touring production of Tobacco Road. Soon she was in New York City, dancing as a Copa girl at the famed Copacabana nightclub. She meets Bruce Dern, who was her castmate in an off-Broadway production of Tennessee Williams' Orpheus Descending. She then appeared opposite Robert De Niro in One Night Stands of a Noisy Passenger and with Jane Fonda in Woman Speak. Then co-starred with Ben Gazzara in a national tour of A Hatful of Rain. Made her Broadway debut in 1968, directed by Sidney Poitier. And she did a bunch of TV, made her film debut in The Wild Angels, which came out in 1966. Co-stars were Peter Fonda, Nancy Sinatra, and Bruce Dern, her hubby. Supporting roles in The Reavers, Rebel Rousers, The Steagle, and White Lightning followed. She plays a pivotal character, the prostitute Ida Sessions, in Chinatown. Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore also marked Laura Dern's film debut. Oh, yeah, I forgot Laura Dern is in this. Wait, so she was in all 3 of her films that she was Oscar nominated for, she was in with her daughter. Hi, Caroline. Epic 17-door stream with Nat and Emily. Did I miss your take on the gross-ass tone-deaf Trump Great Gatsby party? Yes, that's earlier in the VOD. So once I usually post VOD after I finish streaming. So that's earlier on. Also, thank you. Laura Dern is 7 years old in that film and can be seen eating an ice cream cone during the final scene in the diner. In 1976, the movie was adapted into the CBS sitcom Alice, starring Linda Lavin, with Polly Holliday as Flo. When Holliday exited in 1980 for her own comedy, Ladd was brought in as Belle Dupree, a tough-as-nails waitress once romantically linked to diner owner Mel. She won a Golden Globe for her work, but left after a season. In a 1990 interview for the French magazine Positif, Lynch recounted the challenges of getting Ladd to stick to the script in Wild at Heart. When she was in her first scene, she was miles away from the text that I'd written. She got the spirit of the scene perfectly, but she didn't recreate a single word. So I took her aside, and after that, we worked very well together. She was bad at sticking to the dialogue, but she really loved to be seized by an emotion and to be carried away by it. It was quite something to contain all of that energy. She and Laura played mother and daughter on the 2011 to 2013 HBO series Enlightened, and also worked together in Citizen Ruth, Daddy and Them, and Lynch's Inland Empire. My God, they worked a lot together. In 1993, they found themselves in dueling dinosaur movies, Dern in Jurassic Park and Ladd in Carnosaur. She wrote, directed, and starred in the comic revenge thriller Mrs. Monk, casting her ex-husband and Shelley Winters, who was Laura's godmother. Also earned Emmy nominations for playing Brett Butler's mom on Grace Under Fire and as a midwife who dies in the pilot of Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman, and for a guest starring stint on Touched by an Angel. Oh my God, did anybody ever watch this show, Touched by an Angel? Huge show back in the day. Wait, okay, was this, I know it's called Touched by an Angel. Was this like super Christian coded? If I were to go, like if we were to go back and watch this show, it's very hopecore. Okay, I remember it being great though. Loved this show. More recently, she starred as the matriarch of the O'Brien family on the Hallmark Channel series Chesapeake Shores. A longtime SAG board member, she received the Guild's Ralph Morgan Award in recognition of her outstanding service this year. Survivors include her children, her grandchildren. Said Bruce Dern in a statement, "Diane was a tremendous actress, and I feel like a bit of a hidden treasure until she ran into David Lynch. When he cast her as Laura's mom in Wild at Heart, it felt like the world then really understood her brilliance. She lived a good life. She saw everything the way it was. She was a great teammate to her fellow actors. She was funny, clever, gracious, but most importantly to me, she was a wonderful mother to our incredible Wunderkind daughter, and for that, I will be forever grateful to her." Touched by an Angel was my jam, dude. Such good vibes. Yeah, you know what? It was hopecore, and I loved it. Touched by an Angel, Diane Ladd. What? Okay, wait. So who did she play? She was Primetime Emmy Award nominated. Vio Raid, what's up? What's up, Vio? Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, y'all. Okay, let's watch the opening of Touched by an Angel so I can remember. Sulio, thank you for the 19 months. Maple Takes, thank you for the 16 months. Hello, Queen. Hello, Queen. We were just reminded of the show Touched by an Angel. Does anybody remember this? Oh, wait, is it not Sulio? It's Solio. Oh, I always thought it was Sulio. Solio, thank you for the resub. Okay, is this the opening? Let's see. Touched by an Angel, 9 seasons, 214 episodes.
When
yes.
You walk
yes.
down the road, heavy burden, heavy load, I will rise and I will walk with the sun don't even shine. Walk with you every time. I tell you, I'll walk with you. Believe me, I'll walk with you.
Yeah, holy shit. Holy shit. Just got slapped in the face with some goddamn nostalgia. What was this show about? Okay. So this show was about a group of angels. It was 3 angels. And they come to Earth. They come to Earth and they're here to like help people. Are clips off? Oh, I guess they are. I guess they've been off the whole stream. They come to Earth to like help people, to teach them lessons about themselves. They're here to do good. Yes, they're here to do good for people who are like at a crossroads in their lives, who need to be touched by an angel. You asked if this is Christian coded, but you know what I mean, okay? Left Behind versus Touched by an Angel, which is more hopecore. Obviously, you have God and angels, and they're bringing guidance and godly messages. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like the difference between a Left Behind versus Touched by an Angel. But yeah, so it was a show that ran for 9 seasons. I think it started in the mid-90s. We need 3 angels right now. Yo, ain't that the case? Ain't that the truth? We could use some angels. You know, some say that I'm kind of like an angel. I'm like an angel sent down to earth to spread the good word. To spread that good word. Is this the show where they show their angels, a stage light shines on them from above? I don't remember. I don't know. I really don't remember much of this show. I just remember it being very feel good. I could imagine finding this as a DVD set in a local Hallmark store. Yeah, it's definitely one of those feel good family shows. It was on Sunday evenings. Okay. Super Christian coded. Seventh Heaven. Oh, yeah. Also watched some of Seventh Heaven. I remember, though, that was one of those shows that I think it was like too risque. I watched Seventh Heaven when I got older. I never watched the full thing, but was there spicy stuff? Were people like having sex? There was like kind of spicy, right? That was where Jessica Biel came from. Yes. The youngest daughter danced sexy and the pedo dad watched. I'm sorry. What? Wait. Wait. Are you telling me that Eric Camden was outed as a pedo? What? Girl, where you been? Y'all, I completely missed this one. Wait, oh my God. Stephen Collins says he's not a pedophile and insists he's inappropriately touched a minor on only one occasion. Yeah, bro, I don't think the argument for I'm not a pedophile is I only did it one time. Oh my God. Not the dad from Seventh Heaven. Attorney Gloria Allred announced on Thursday her client will speak out against actor Stephen Collins, detailing how he allegedly victimized her as a child. Allegations were made public in October 2014 when TMZ released audio recording of Collins admitting to molesting 3 young children. Shut up. Shut up. TMZ had fucking audio recording? Faye Grant, who was his estranged wife at the time, said she secretly recorded the audio during a therapy session to prevent it from happening to other children. Holy shit, holy shit. In the recording, Collins admitted to the therapist that he molested 2 girls in New York and 1 in Los Angeles. Oh my God! Oh, this is so awful. The encounter took place in the 1400 block of Havenhurst, where he lived at the time during the summer of 1983. They investigated the allegation of indecent exposure and annoying or molesting a child in West Hollywood. In December 2014, he released an exclusive statement to People magazine admitting his inappropriate sexual contact with 3 young girls from 73 to 94. Oh my God. The couple split in 2012 after Grant became aware of his alleged pedophilia. Wait, so did he go to prison? I thought you were going to mention this. No, y'all, I must have completely missed this somehow. Just like Ferris Bueller's Principal. Okay, do you know about that one? Oh my God, his wife provided the audio. Holy shit. Wait, why is he not? Because there's no evidence despite him confessing to it. Oh my God. And then he did an interview. He did an interview with Katie Couric. And she said, "Are you a pedophile?" Holy shit. His response: "A pedophile is someone who's mainly or wholly attracted to children. I'm not. I had a distortion in my thinking where I acted out in those ways." Oh, okay. Okay, bro. But I'm absolutely not attracted physically or sexually attracted to children. I'm just not. Oh, fuck out of here. Oh my God. So if you're not a pedophile, what's your particular pathology? I give in to exhibitionist urges. Oh, just happen to be with children? He literally pulled the technically. He did. He was like, look, it's just about, I'm just an exhibitionist. The first episode of Hollywood Demons on HBO is about this. Oh my God, I had no fucking idea. Oh my God, that's so crazy. Oh my God, the Christian dad from Seventh Heaven. This is why it's important people be able to have single party recording if recording a crime, because they can say it wasn't valid evidence since he didn't consent to it. Right. Yeah, imagine that his wife had not produced that audio. Oh, holy shit. Oh my God, I cannot believe this. And so that's why he's no longer an actor. But he's also not in prison. What? Caroline was out sick that day from Old Man Creep School. Apparently, truly, I like sometimes I wonder if maybe I'm just straight up forgetting. Maybe I blocked it out of my memory with something like this, because this is a huge story. This is a huge story, and I have no recollection of this. Where were you 11 years ago? Okay, so I was in college. I was senior year of college. That interview haunts me so messed up. That is so horrifying. Wait, he was Dennis and Dee's dad? Oh, I forgot about that. I've never heard of this, and I have a Rolodex for this kind of thing. Yes, that's how I feel too. I feel like I kind of have kept track of all the fucking abusers and pedophiles and creeps in Hollywood, and this one escaped. This one escaped me. I thought everyone knew this. Apparently not. This, you know what? This is how it probably feels when I talk about somebody on chat, or I talk about somebody on stream, and someone in chat is like, wait, I had no idea. It's they find out for the first time. That's why whenever he's brought up on the show, they purposely always get the wrong character, because real dude is a creep. Oh my God. Oh my God. Steven, Katie. This interview must have been, yeah, this must have been just huge. Holy shit. She just like starts off by, she just comes out the gate and is like, are you a pedophile? Oh my God, this must have been so devastating for people to find out at the time. Why are there so many pedophiles and abusers and just disgusting fucks? Why? Why? I couldn't avoid it. Growing up in the South, Seventh Heaven was a staple. Many, many people around me were sad and disappointed. Post-Trump era, God knows their lack of reaction would have been. Yeah, right. In this era where we got pedophiles all over the place connected with Epstein. Truly whiplash. Whiplash from going from touched by an angel, like hit of nostalgia in a good way, to Seventh Heaven pedo dad. We touched by an angel, to touched by freaking pedo dad from Seventh Heaven. Touched by an angel, touched by a pedo. My God. Oh, that is my neck. My neck from that whiplash. Holy shit. Take us back to 5 minutes ago when I did not know about pedo dad from Seventh Heaven. God, just when you think that you know all the pedos out there in Hollywood, you know all the big stories. In another life, you are a daytime soap star. I came so close to booking a recurring role on, I think it was Days of Our Lives. It was one of those. It was one of the big soaps. I was this close to being a soap opera star. The guy who played Simon is a Twitch streamer now. Oh. I guess that's kind of a thing with actors when they don't really get work anymore, and they'll just go on the internet. A streamer event shot like a soap and live acted would be funny. That would be so good. You meet Christian, Austin, Billy, actors acting. I mean, I've always wanted to do an Inside the Actors Studio where I host it, and it's very dramatic. Inside the Actors Studio, I'm your host, Caroline Kwan. No, I was not up for that role. Touched by an Angel show did blackface? What?
Okay, this outrageous episode of Touched by an Angel where to understand racism, they make her black, where God puts an angel on
What?
Earth in the form of a soft-spoken Irish woman named Monica, and she helps people make good decisions. In this episode, Monica has been sent to this small town to see that a black man has been lynched on the same weekend that they're going to have Rosa Parks in town.
I could take the body back to the morgue town without anybody noticing.
He lived out in the woods. He doesn't have any family. No one's gonna miss him, I'm afraid.
Now, Monica is the only one out of the group that's like, actually, I feel like we should probably tell someone about this. So they put her in jail. Then
Okay, the show was kind of whack.
she interrogates them one by one on their side of the story. But she's the one in jail, and they put her there. So, like, why is she interrogating? What kind of justice system is this? And she learns that the black woman who has organized Rosa Parks weekend is only hiding this murder so that she can meet Rosa Parks.
I mean, Rosa Parks has been my hero ever since I was a little girl.
Okay, this show was crazy. As I said, I don't remember anything from this show. I just remember watching it and listening to the theme song. I was like, oh, yeah, it takes me back. This show is nuts.
And Monica's like, you dumb bitch. You don't get it yet, but it's going to take a white Irish angel to show you what it really means to be black. So then God makes her black.
Fucking
And they literally
way.
put her in blackface in a wig. It's just all so unnecessary. And we cannot ignore the uncanny resemblance to Rachel Dolezal. It is eerily similar. Like, this might have been the blueprint. So now Monica is really learning a few things about being black. Which I am so sorry for laughing. It's
No, I can't. Not God making her Rachel Dolezal. No way.
just such clownery. She learns that people treat you differently. And she also learns another thing.
Something else had changed, too. I felt thirsty.
She's also thirstier? Oh, just got the classic black thirst. It was at this point where I was like, who actually wrote this episode? And it's her. Martha, the perfect person to tell 20 million people about the black experience.
Of course it's Martha. Of course it's Martha.
The racists who killed the first guy see her, and they're like, gotta get another one. So she is running for her life,
Ain't no
trying
way.
not to get
No
lynched,
way.
while also trying to get that Emmy nomination. Aren't you an angel? Aren't you not alive anyway? Or unless heaven sucks.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. This is so absurd. Crying to God, make me white again.
She's like, I do not want to go back there. I mean, makes sense. They're working her to the bone. So then Martha talks to her supervisor because, yes, heaven has supervisors. It is a capitalist society, apparently. And Martha is so embarrassed because she asked God to make her white because she could not take being murdered and being so thirsty.
Because you can't go on preaching against the darkness until you've seen it in yourself first. And there are not too many politically correct ways to do that.
Ah, there's the lesson. It might be politically incorrect, but you cannot really fight racism until you spend a day in blackface. Okay, this outrageous episode of
Oh my God, dude. 90s and 2000 shows. Watching them back and just not remembering, I guess, all the whack ass shit that was happening in these shows. This show's crazy. Have you heard about the show Black White? Yes. Oh my God. Martha, what were you doing, girl? What were you doing? I'm learning about this show for the first time ever. This is the information I'm getting. This show was huge. Okay? I'm telling you. Very popular show. Watched by millions. It was consistently ranked in the top 10 of CBS shows. It was super popular. Very, very dedicated fan base. Oh my God. Yeah, what if we have a black character say it's okay? Then it's fine. Then it is fine. I read more on Stephen Collins where he is now. It's so disturbing. Yeah. What the fuck? Wait, and then all the actors who played his children spoke out. We're just whiplashing back and forth. Spoke out about the sexual abuse scandal on a podcast. Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. This motherfucker is dating a Seventh Heaven superfan who is 40 years younger than him. She was a super fan named Jenny Nagel, who is 40 years younger than this man. In 2019, the two got married and are now living in a small town in Iowa. What the freak? What the actual freak? Oh. Ah. How old is he now? He is 78. He is 78 years old. He's an old fucking creep fuck. Ugh. His time's a coming. Well, when he dies, now at least I won't be caught unawares when the internet is like, rest in piss, you fucking pedo. And that won't be the time that I realize that Stephen Collins is a pedo. Now I'll know. Now I'll be able to join in and be like, rest in piss. Imagine if you found out, nah, he's not somebody that I would have done a tribute to. Nah, because I wasn't like as I said, I had watched some episodes of Seventh Heaven later, but that was not a show that was like a part of my upbringing. No, he would not have gotten a dedicated tribute, even prior to me finding out he's a freaking pedo. Have you ever done a tribute for an actor but then found out they sucked? No, because kind of by the time people die, when they're old and die, everything's kind of out there. Can we watch some Robert Redford to cleanse our palates? Where's the Robert Redford sexy fan cam TikTok when you need it? Where?
I'm back to rewatching Seventh Heaven. I just finished an episode where the Campton family learns what it's like to be a good black ally.
No! What is happening?
And then on Seventh Heaven, if you see a black character with more than a minute of screen time, that episode is going to be about racism. A hate group burns down a local black church, so the Camdens invite them into their church and their home. And I was actually like, oh, this is a pretty good episode. Like, they do bring up some good points for the time, but then it goes full...
Also, who is this TikTok creator? Does he just go back through old shows and finds like
Seventh Heaven. First strange thing is that for every white member of the Camden family, they wrote a black character from the other family to match them. Matched exactly to their age and gender. From like the pastor dad to the mom to the oldest son to the youngest daughter. It's creepy. It's like, why do they have to have black doppelgangers? They're like the tethered. Except there's no match for Lucy, the forgotten middle child, the Jan treatment always. So then the Camden family learns what it's like to be a good ally. At school, someone calls Simon's tethered the N-word. So Simon punches him and is the hero. Lucy wears cornrows. They become experts on Rosa Parks.
She's a black woman who galvanizes.
Why is Rosa Parks getting dragged into all these white ass shows from the 90s?
Civil rights movement by refusing to sit in the back of the bus. The point is, we don't ride in the back seat.
Like, this is so bizarre. Like, the Camdens are good allies because they sit in the back seat on the way to school. They're also now more aware of racism when a security guard is prejudiced against the black family, which includes Lucy, who is now apparently wearing baggy clothes. Then Lucy goes full Julia Stiles, and Mary is not having it. Then it ends with the pastor dad and Annie getting real hot and heavy in the kitchen. He is all riled up with all these extra kids in the house. I'm back to rewatching Seventh Heaven. I just finished an episode where the Camden
No, I can't. Not the cornrows. Not the cornrows to demonstrate being an ally. Y'all know that if I show up in cornrows like this, it's because I'm demonstrating my solidarity. I'm an ally to the black community, just like Lucy in Seventh Heaven. Oh my God. Truly the cleanser. Truly the cleanser that was needed. Give me these good white people cleansers.
Let it rain! Hello. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and 6'4" baller. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat and 6'4" baller.
Okay. Okay, wait, one more time.
Baby, come back. Any kind of fool could see there was something in everything about you. Baby, come back. Any kind of
God, he was so hot.
fool could see there was something in everything about you.
I honestly will never get over the day that we talked about Robert Redford. And by that, I talked about Robert Redford for 4 hours and texting people and nobody knew who he was. I just can't believe so many people had been missing out on Robert Redford. And this is why I'm here. This is my purpose. Honestly, I think my purpose on this planet is to make sure that you don't not know about hot men like Robert Redford had existed. I think that's why I'm here. The candidate's still relevant? Oh, yeah. Yes. Did you send the ones who didn't know Redford that? Oh, yeah. Oh, I sent them fan cams. Peach was like, wait, he was so hot. Christian was very sad. Christian was very sad to find out that he had died because he was very hot. They don't build hot white men the same anymore. They ain't making men like Robert Redford anymore. You know? That guy is hot. What should I know about him? I mean, he was an amazing actor. He was a real, genuine environmentalist. He was a good one. He was a good one. He's the reason that we have the Sundance Film Festival. He was a champion of independent filmmakers. A lot of great filmmakers today came from the Sundance Institute. And we're very much in mourning over the loss of Robert Redford because of what he did for independent cinema. Like, we can't talk about independent cinema without talking about Robert Redford. He died. He did. He passed. He lived a pretty long life, but should have been longer. This Redford clip, see, I'm telling you. Sex pot.
Well, howdy, folks. How you doing? Ma'am, how are you? How's about a body getting some gas for a broke-down truck up the road?
Sure got a lot of nerve coming out of here on an empty tank.
Oh, man. Hey, you may let me starve, but you ain't about to let no motor go hungry.
Yeah, super hot, great actor, good person. An enormous loss. Anyway, if you missed the Robert Redford stream, I spent literally 4 hours talking about him. So you can go back and find the VOD. Okay. Y'all, I'm kind of tie-tie. I'm kind of tie-tie. Would you hate me terribly if I peace out for the night? And I'm still recovering a bit from the weekend, so my brain is sleepy. Got to get ready for China. Yeah, but I promise I will game this week. Did you get the flu? No. I just partook in some activities this weekend that I am recuperating from. So I took like 18 supplements today, and I was like, does this work? Is this just a placebo? Who cares? Any update if Will's going to make it? Yes. Yeah, we're going. Oh, also, we have to get up early. I know he'll probably be up late playing Arc Raiders. I asked him today, I was like, do you think you're going to play Arc Raiders? And he goes, I don't know. I might hop on. I kind of missed the when it first came out, because I was in Michigan this weekend. This man has been playing Arc Raiders. He played all afternoon, and then he went live, and now he's playing Arc Raiders. I was like, you little... The servers were fucked most of Sunday. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I just love that he's like, yeah, I might play a little bit. Please. But we have an appointment early tomorrow at the consulate, so we got to go to that too. I've been loving his Dispatch playthroughs. I really want to play Dispatch because I played the demo and it was super fun. It was super duper fun. So I wanna get into some Dispatch soon. All right, y'all. I'm gonna send y'all over to. I haven't rated Carter in a minute. I'm gonna send y'all to Carter. Yes, concussed, indeed. Some of the people that did Walking Dead also worked on Dispatch. Yes, and that's why you guys suggested that I play the that I played the demo for it, and it was really fun. So I'd love to get into it. Okay. What a wacky what a wacky end of the stream. The nature of live streaming. You never know where it's going to take you. Anyway, thank you for hanging out with me tonight, y'all. I will be back tomorrow. Hope to see you then. Take care of yourselves and adios.